Yeah, you can talk to him until I'm talking to myself. Oh, come on.
Stella, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Judge.
Ms. Duffy, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you.
Attorney Adams, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Johnson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Is Attorney Anderson there?
I am.
Okay. Attorney Guadino, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We ready to begin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney Anderson?
Yes, I'm ready.
Call the case.
The case today is in the interest of the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin versus K.Johnson. Case number 21-CV-200. Presiding today is the Honorable Judge Stephen Booley. The appearances for the record, Your Honor, are for the tribe, attorneys Andrew Adams, Ashley Duffy, and Lorenzo Guadino, and the defendant, K.Johnson, with her attorney, Bruce Anderson.
Okay, good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Court's now in session. Where we left off yesterday, there was some discussion about the length of time that this case is going to take. And I've been mulling that over the evening. It seemed like a while back when we had some hearings as it were, there seemed to be an understanding that there'd be some stipulations. And yesterday, the defendant explained to the court and the parties that there was not going to be a stipulation or any stipulations, and so therefore that puts the tribe in a position to have to present 304 exhibits to the court, and that's what we're doing right now. We're going to pick up where the tribe left off yesterday, and we're going to continue along this path unless the defendant wants to alter his position on any of the exhibits, that's up to him. He would need to then let the court know that's what he wants to do. And then him and the defendant and the tribe would need to sit together and discuss how they would want to do that. But as it is right now, the tribe has the burden to prove the allegations in the complaint. And right now they're in the process of doing that with their presenting their exhibits. So with that, we are in day 2 of this trial. The witness on the stand is Ms. K.Johnson, and the tribe is in the process of doing a direct examination of Ms. Johnson. Mr. Adams, you can continue.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. This is Bruce Anderson. My client and I have discussed the possibility of trying to resolve this. And I'm thinking if I could have a phone conversation with Mr. Adams, we might be able to shortstop this whole matter.
Do you want to call him and talk to him, or do you want to do it on Zoom?
Zoom would be fine if we could be put into a breakout room.
Attorney Adams?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor. But before we do that, I would just like to get on the record that I did send Attorney Anderson a message last night where I stated that I was going to renew my request that all of the documents that we previously provided to the defendant be admitted onto the record. And from my standpoint, Your Honor, there is a huge difference between the tribe carrying its burden of proof and persuasion. There's a distinct difference between that and admitting evidence onto the record. Just because we enter evidence onto the record, that doesn't mean that we've satisfied all of our burdens. We still have to do that through testimony. And so, Your Honor, under St. Croix Tribal Court Code, section 354.4 sub A, the court's rules of evidence says no writing, photograph, or other documentary evidence may be admitted unless evidence is supplied sufficient to prove that the matter in question is what it purports to be. And Your Honor, I would argue that when Ms. Johnson testified that her discovery responses under sections 43 and 44 of that response, where she stated that she received copies, that they were genuine, and that she deposited the funds, that she authenticated all of them there. She satisfied the requirements of 354.4A. And then I would also argue, Your Honor, that under St. Croix Tribal Court Code, section 354.4 sub B9, that provision of the Tribal Court Code says no extrinsic evidence of authenticity is required for any of the following. That's the sub B. And then the sub 9 is commercial paper and related documents. Commercial paper, signatures thereon, and documents relating thereto to the extent provided by the Uniform Commercial Code. Now, I will further argue that under the Uniform Commercial Code, section 3 sub 104 2B defines commercial paper. It includes checks, and the definition of a check under the UCC is a draft drawn on a bank and payable on demand. That's the lion's share of the documents that we are intending to admit onto the court's record. And further, the state of Wisconsin codified that section of the UCC under Wisconsin statute 403.104 sub 6, where it defines a check as a negotiable instrument, and it means a draft other than a documentary draft payable on demand and drawn on a bank or means as a cashier's check, a teller's check, or demand draft. An instrument may be a check even though it is described on its face by another term, such as a money order, end quote. So, Your Honor, I take the standpoint and would hereby request again that based on 354.4A, that the witness authenticated the documents, but then additionally under 354.4 sub B9, they don't need authentication because they are commercial paper under the Uniform Commercial Code. So the court is on extremely solid ground to admit all of the remaining documents onto the record without the purposes of authentication. That was the whole purpose of the previously filed stipulation. So, with that, I am again asking and moving the court to admit those. And because of that request, then the defendant's burden is to expressly show to us and the court which of those documents do not fit under those two tribal court provisions. And I would further argue, Your Honor, that we provided these previously. The defendant had a duty of diligence to review those documents and then provide a list that did not fit, or at least an objection list. So with that, Your Honor, I would move the court to admit the evidence under 354.4A and then also under St. Croix Tribal Court Code section 354.4 sub B9.
Attorney Anderson?
I don't deny that my client's testimony has indicated that these are in fact commercial paper, and they are admissible documents. What is not automatically proven is what they were for. And there's still, as Mr. Adams indicated, some 250 to go. I renew my request. We're going to have either Mr. Adams or I, absent a stipulation as to what they were for, are going to end up going through them anyway. So I'm going to renew my request at this point to have a conference with Mr. Adams.
Okay. I'm going to reserve my decision on that particular point and let you guys have your session. How much time do you need?
Certainly no more than 15 minutes.
9 o'clock?
Sure.
All right, we're going to adjourn until 9 o'clock. At that time, we'll come back and you guys will tell me what you guys come to an agreement on, and I'll make my decision on Mr. Adams' presentation to the court. Okay, we're recessed until 9 o'clock. Estella,
Yes,
please give me a call on an unrelated matter.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Bruce, I'll send you a Zoom link so we can all be on Ashley and yourself and Lorenzo and I can be on a video conference.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Estelle, are you gonna stay on this Zoom?
Yep, I will.
Okay. So hopefully it keeps you the host if I leave and then come back.
Okay.
Oh.
Are we prepared to continue?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Have you guys reached an agreement?
I have made a proposal for a global resolution. As my understanding, Mr. Adams needs to go through channels to determine if that may or may not be acceptable. So we were proposing we would continue to plug ahead in the event it's not acceptable.
Attorney Adams?
Yes, what Attorney Anderson just stated is correct. I don't have authority to accept that at this point, so I need to and have already started the process of communicating it to my client. But because I don't know that what they're going to do in terms of their decision, we both agree that we should continue to move forward with the trial since it's scheduled.
All right. All right. Court's back in session. We had a brief recess for the parties to discuss a possible resolution. There's an option on the table. The tribe needs to consult with their client to see if it's acceptable. The parties both agree that we're going to move forward along with the trial. If the resolution is acceptable, we'll address it at that particular point in time. So right now, standing before the court is, let me see if I got this right, Attorney Adams. You're asking that all the checks that are offered up as evidence be accepted by the court. Is that accurate?
It is, Your Honor, but with the added qualification that I take the standpoint that all of the paper, both the checks and their supporting documentation, and whether it's a check or not, all of the outstanding exhibits that the tribe has offered, I take the standpoint the court can accept that there is no authentication issue with admitting them onto the record. The tribe will fully admit that it still carries the burden of proof and persuasion, but the tribe takes the standpoint that there's a distinct difference between evidence being admitted onto the record and the tribe's burden to then prove that Ms. Johnson violated tribal and state law.
So Attorney
And
Andrews,
I concur.
okay, so we're all in agreement with that. Okay, so since we're all in agreement, or you guys are both in agreement with that, then the court's going to accept all 304 documents as presented to the court as evidence. And after you guys get done presenting your case, then the court will then determine the value of each and every one of those, and we'll go from there. And I agree with Attorney Adams is that just because it's admitted as evidence, it has to have a value that will be determined by the evidence, the other evidence presented. Okay, so we've done that. Okay. Okay, Attorney Adams, still your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
And Ms. Johnson, we left off yesterday around Exhibit 50, and I am going to bring that up now. And Your Honor, I would request that the clerk.
I think you should be able to share now, Andrew.
Oh, okay, thank you. There we go. Okay, thank you. So Ms. Johnson, can you see the document that I am projecting on the screen now?
Yes.
And would you please tell me the check number that is on this document?
200907.
And would you please tell me the amount?
225.
And can you confirm that the check is made out to you with the date of July 10th of 2017?
Yes.
Thank you. And on the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed in the space for the check process by and the program accountant signature?
Yes.
And on the left-hand side, under your name, where it says line item, can you tell me what it says next to line item?
WIDA meeting.
Okay, and can you tell me what WIDA means?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And Ms. Johnson, if I told you that WIDA is an acronym for Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority, would that, does that jog your memory at all, or
Yep.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay, so Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Authority would be the acronym that is listed on that payment voucher?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And on the third page of Exhibit 50, it looks like there is a printout for a Hilton Chicago for parking in the amount of $225, which is the parking for that's attributed to this stay. And do you recall a WIDA meeting happening in Chicago during that time period?
I don't recall, no, I'm sure, no, I don't recall.
And I guess the part that I'm curious about is, would WIDA normally have, if it's a Wisconsin Housing and Economic Development Association, would they normally have meetings outside of Wisconsin? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
And for this particular payment voucher, do you recall if you received approval from your supervisor?
I'm sure I did.
And do you have proof of that approval?
No,
Okay, thank you. I am going to turn to Ms. Johnson. These documents are marked with plaintiff's exhibit 51. And can you tell me the check number for this particular check?
200947.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me the amount?
290709.
And can you confirm that this check is made to you with a date of July 17th of 2017?
Yes,
And on the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed where it is stated check processed by and program accountant signature?
yes,
And is there a signature for the program director approval?
no,
And can you tell me what is listed under the line item below your name under the program information?
WIDA meeting.
Okay. And so on exhibit 51, we've got a date of July 17th. With exhibit 50, we have a date of July 10th, and they're both a WIDA meeting. So do you know, was it for the same WIDA meeting?
I don't remember.
So Ms. Johnson, you don't recall if you actually attended a WIDA meeting during this trip?
I don't recall, recall.
And Ms. Johnson, would it be common for WIDA to have meetings a week apart in Chicago outside of Wisconsin?
Well, I don't know. On that one, it said a Chicago review.
So Ms. Johnson, if you remember yesterday, we talked about, I'm going to bring up Exhibit 36. So with Exhibit 36, Ms. Johnson, there is you received a check on May 2nd in the amount of $964.95. And the payment, or I'm sorry, the description for this check is ONAP training. Do you see that on this check?
Yes.
And can you confirm the date of this check, or at least the date of the payment voucher?
5152.
Yeah, so under program information, the date is May 1st of 2017.
Yes.
And yesterday we established that that 964.95 was for a White Sox and Cubs game. Do you remember that testimony from yesterday?
Yes.
So the piece that I guess I'm curious about is that the game occurs at the same time as Exhibit 51, but for Exhibit 36, the description for the trip is an ONAP training, but on 51, the description for the trip is a WIDA meeting, and it's the same time frame. So do you have an explanation as to why you're signing payment vouchers for two totally different things occurring in Chicago at the same time, but there's also a Major League Baseball ticket purchase for almost $1,000?
So the other one was in May. This one is July.
So Ms. Johnson,
I guess I don't understand
so you signed,
question. That's in May.
yes, this is in May. You received the check in May, but the game doesn't occur until July. So you purchased the tickets far ahead of time.
Yeah.
So why are you signing payment vouchers that for the tickets say mileage for training. So what I'm confused about is the payment voucher
It says
says that,
mileage for training over there and it says motel over there. So
that's what I'm confused about, Miss Johnson. Why doesn't it just say baseball tickets?
well, obviously I didn't change either because it says mileage there, it says motel over there. So obviously I didn't change anything on that. Where I should have changed it.
But Miss Johnson, again, you didn't really answer my question. Why doesn't it say baseball tickets?
Well, it says mileage on one side and motel on the other side too. So that both of those should match. So obviously I didn't put the right wording on there.
So for the Miss Johnson, when you sign this line here that says check processed by, does that mean that you are the one that actually like creates this check?
Yes.
So then I would assume if you're the one that creates the check, then why under description does it say tribal ONAP training?
Probably because that's what I was going down there for.
Okay. So so let's stay right there with that statement that you are going down there for the ONAP training. Then for Exhibit 51, where you were going for the same dates, why does it say that you were there for a WIDA meeting?
But on the top, it says Chicago review.
I mean, but that kind of proves my point, Miss Johnson. Why is everything so inconsistent? Why are you signing documents that are not accurate?
For one, I was so overwhelmed when I worked there. I basically did everything there.
So your explanation then to the court is that these were just errors and not fraud?
Yes.
So, Miss Johnson, this is plaintiff's exhibit 52, and can you tell me the check number for this check?
50172.
I'm sorry, the check
Oh.
number?
201066.
Okay, thank you. And can you confirm it's a check made out to you in the amount of $501.72 with the date of August 11th, 2017?
Yes.
And for this check, Miss Johnson, can you confirm that you signed the payment voucher for this particular check?
Yes.
And did your program director or your supervisor sign this one?
No.
And Miss Johnson, do you recall what the purpose of this mileage to Chicago was for?
No, I do not.
Ms. Johnson, can you see this document that is marked as plaintiff's exhibit 53 on your screen?
Yes,
Can you tell me the check number for this document?
201137.
Okay, and can you confirm that it's a check made out to you with the date of August 30th of 2017 in the amount of $500.80?
Yes,
And can you confirm that the payment voucher is signed by you at both program accountant signature and check process by?
yes,
And can you tell me the description for this check, Ms. Johnson?
says mileage Chicago, August.
Okay, and I'm gonna go back to exhibit 52. Can you tell me the description for this check also?
Miles Chicago.
So Ms. Johnson, was it common for you to drive to Chicago twice in 1 month for housing authority business?
Sometimes. And it says mileage and bank right there on the top right there too. Post office, bank, which is wrong. That should have been taken off.
Why is that wrong?
I'm sure I didn't probably, oh, no, there's reimbursement for 59, so that's probably right.
So Ms. Johnson, if I guess the part that I'm confused about is you have, is there a reason why this check is covering both travel and a reimbursement? Because the remaining amount is not on the reconciliation. Is that because it's not a travel related payment?
The reimbursement,
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know. Not unless it's attached on there.
Okay, so it looks like the 55.99 that would take up the remainder. It looks like that is attached to here as an invoice. Does this?
That. I don't know. That I don't know why it's on there.
So, Ms. Johnson, but you can confirm that this 55.99 is also the same amount that's listed. Well, I mean, close. This is 59.08. I mean, so can you tell me who Mackenzie Johnson is?
My daughter.
Okay, and was this her vehicle, this 2015 Chevy Equinox?
No, it's mine.
Okay, so it's yours. So is there, I mean, is there a reason why your vehicle maintenance is showing up on a reimbursement?
Probably because I drove it for work.
Was the vehicle owned by you or the housing authority?
By me, but I used it for work. To go to the bank, to go to the post office.
But Ms. Johnson, that's the reason why you file mileage, is because the mileage is supposed to cover service on a vehicle also. If the
Not from
vehicle,
what, no, it's just supposed to be mileage. It doesn't, it has nothing to do with, that's what I was told.
who told you that, Ms. Johnson?
Dwayne,
But do you have any explanation as to why your daughter's name is on here as the customer?
because she probably took it in for me.
And no, August of 2017, I mean, you were employed by the housing authority. You were receiving wages from the housing authority, correct?
Correct.
This next document, Ms. Johnson, that is stamped Plaintiff's Exhibit 54, can you tell me this check number?
201280.
Thank you. Can you confirm that it's a check made out to you in the amount of $1,872.73 with a date of September 26th of 2017?
Yes,
And can you tell me the description for this check?
tribal portion global gaming.
Okay, and what's under the invoice?
What do you mean?
This invoice column to the right of that.
G2E Vegas?
Okay, and can you tell me what G2E Vegas means to you?
I don't remember what it means.
Okay, and on the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed that program accountant signature and check process by?
Yes,
And can you confirm that it looks like the check amount was amended in writing, in handwriting?
yes,
And is that your handwriting?
I'm sure it is.
Okay, and under special remarks, or under remarks and special instructions, can you tell me what it says there?
It says global gaming.
Under the line item, it says global gaming. What does it say under remarks and special instructions?
Can't see it.
Pardon me?
I can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It says Las Vegas.
Okay, so was this a trip to Las Vegas?
I'm assuming that's where it was held.
So, Ms. Johnson, it seems to me that the amount on this voucher was changed from $1,372.73 to $1,872.73. Is that, and the reason why I say that is because the travel reconciliation on the next page says $1,372.73. Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you tell me why it was increased by $500?
no, I cannot.
So, Ms. Johnson, there's two copies of the travel reconciliation where it appears, or I'm sorry, strike that. So this travel reconciliation, Ms. Johnson, has a travel date of September 19th of 2017. Do you see that under your name where it's got travel date?
Yes,
And then the next one has different travel dates. Do you see that line item?
Yes,
And with a different total cost to the traveler between the two, do you see where under meals and incidentals, it's got $224 listed and prepaid expenses?
yes.
But on the next reconciliation, it looks like the number was amended. Do you see that on the document?
Yes,
And this check request form, so can you tell me what this document is, Ms. Johnson? Does this, do you recall this document at all?
it's for travel.
And when so do you know who Nikki is on the check request form?
I think she worked in travel.
Oh, in like a travel office?
Yes,
So this request for travel, Ms. Johnson, I think this is the first time that we've seen this document. Can you tell me what this document, what purpose it serves?
a request for travel.
Okay, so you are requesting travel with a departure date of October 1st with a return of October 4th, and it's to G2E in Las Vegas. Is that accurate?
Okay, so I'm not requesting it while I was told to go. So this is what I had to fill out.
Okay, and who told you to go?
Dwayne Emery,
Okay,
and that's his signature right there.
okay. And this travel allowance advance worksheet. So this is another travel office document?
Yes,
Okay. So, Ms. Johnson, it looks like this document here is a confirmation of your G2E registration. Can you confirm that?
yes,
And this next, can you tell me who Kimberly Benjamin is?
I don't know. I don't know what she did. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. And it looks like in this email message from G2E to Kimberly Benjamin, there's a confirmation of your registration with a badge number for G2E. Do you see this information?
Yes,
And do you see under job title where it lists finance
yes,
and the company name, the St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authority, and it lists your name, K.Johnson?
yes,
So at the time in 2017, did you work in finance at the Housing Authority?
I was a housing specialist.
Do you have any explanation as to why the job title doesn't say housing specialist, but instead says finance?
You would probably have to ask Kimberly Benjamin because she's the one that filled that out.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Johnson, can you explain to me, or strike that, let me restate the question. Did you attend the G2E conference during this trip?
I believe so.
And can you tell me what so based on this email, I'm assuming that the conference dealt with like the casino industry because it's called the Global Gaming Expo. Is that correct?
I would assume so.
So can you explain to me, did you do gaming casino related work while you were at the Housing Authority?
No, I did not.
So do you have any explanation as to why you were sent to a gaming conference when you didn't do gaming work?
No, I do not. You would have to ask Dwayne that.
So what did you do during the trip, Ms. Johnson?
I'm sure I went to some of the conferences or the seminars or whatever out there. I think there's just booths that you go to.
So it would be safe to say that this trip was not work related to the Housing Authority.
No, but that's under the tribal funds.
And because it's under the tribal funds, what does that mean?
Well, it didn't come out of the housing, it came out of tribal funds.
So
And
because it
I
came,
was sent- oh,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So because it came out of the tribal funds, it was okay for you to travel on the tribal funds?
You would have to ask Dwayne that. I wasn't the director there. And he okayed it, told me to go. He was my boss, so I went.
So do you feel that, so are you essentially saying that because Mr. Emery told you to go, you felt like you had to go? Or was it that
Yes.
you wanted to go?
Whatever Dwayne told you to do, you did.
And Ms. Johnson, would it come as a surprise to you that there's a specific federal statute that makes it illegal to embezzle funds from a federally recognized Indian tribe?
I was told to go to that. So that's, I mean, I guess I don't know your question or your on that.
I mean, I'm just asking you if it would come as a surprise to you now, in hindsight, that there is a federal law that makes it illegal to embezzle funds from a federally recognized Indian tribe. And it doesn't matter where the money comes from. It could be federal funds. It could be funds that the tribe, revenue that the tribe derives from its casino business or from a fireworks stand or a gas station. It doesn't matter where the funds come from. But if you commit acts to essentially embezzle the funds from the tribe, that is illegal.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion on behalf of the witness that she's not qualified to make.
Attorney Adams,
I'm just asking Miss Johnson if it would come to, I'm not asking her to make a legal determination. I'm just asking her if it would surprise her if she knew that.
that's my understanding of the question too, so I'm going to overrule the objection. Answers the question, Ms. Johnson.
No, I didn't.
So it doesn't surprise you that there's a federal law?
You asked if I was surprised, if I would surprised that I knew that there was one. No, I did not know there was one.
Attorney Adams, you state the question.
So, Ms. Johnson, I'm not asking you if you knew there was one on the books. I'm just asking you if it surprises you that there's one on, if one exists.
Yes, because I didn't know there was one.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Johnson, this document is stamped Plaintiff's Exhibit 55. And can you tell me the check number, please?
201313.
Can you confirm that this check is made out to you with the date of October 6, 2017?
Yes,
And can you confirm that it's in the amount of $542.72?
yes.
And Ms. Johnson, can you tell me what the description for the check is at the top?
Chicago Review.
Thank you. And on the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed in the spaces reserved for check process by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And did your supervisor sign this document also?
no,
Do you have other evidence that he approved this?
no.
And Ms. Johnson, can you tell me what the this particular review was for?
No,
Do you know if it was work related?
I'm sure it was.
But you don't have any proof that it was work
No.
related. And just going back to that really quickly, okay, strike that. So this document, Ms. Johnson, with the plaintiff's exhibit, that stamped plaintiff's exhibit 56, can you confirm can you tell me what the check number is for this check?
201331.
Okay, and can you confirm that it's made out to you with a date of October 12th of 2017?
Yes,
And can you tell me the amount, please?
192.51.
Okay, and Ms. Johnson, I think this is the first check that we've had in color that is red, or maybe kind of a magenta color. Can you tell me what that means?
I'm sure it was a different account that it was coming out of.
Okay, and can you tell me what the description of this check is?
Says housing rents GTE Global Gaming.
And what does it say under invoice?
Reimbursement, oh, Vegas GTE reimbursement.
Okay. And can you confirm that you signed where you signed under check process by and program accountant signature for this check?
Yes,
And did your supervisor sign this voucher?
no,
And do you have other evidence that he approved this?
no,
And so I believe, Ms. Johnson, this is the first travel reconciliation for you where we've seen where the actual expenses and the over and under is filled out. And I'm assuming that this was related to the trip that you took in October for the Las Vegas trip?
I would assume so.
So, Ms. Johnson, in looking at these receipts and the travel reconciliation, it appears that you had out-of-pocket expenses while you were in Las Vegas. And is that what this reimbursement is? I mean, that's the function of this reimbursement, is to reimburse you for your out-of-pocket expenses?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Johnson, the part that I'm confused about is that with this check, that is this check is cut before you go on the trip. This check, which is Exhibit 54, in the amount of $1,872.73, This check is actually cut before you go to Las Vegas. Can you confirm that?
Yeah,
And this check is the one where you testified that you increased the amount by $500 on the voucher amount, correct?
correct.
And under the travel expenses, under meals and incidentals, it's got $224 listed, but for the same trip, or I'm sorry, strike that. So it's got, back to exhibit 54, it's got 224 listed, but then on the next page, the meals and incidentals is raised by 700. I'm sorry, by 500. So it results in 724, which would explain check number 201280 being $500 more than the payment voucher that was created. But on the actual reconciliation that was used to create this check amount, the amount goes back down to 224, and then you actually received, or the actual expense was listed as $377.57. So, Ms. Johnson, do you have an explanation for the discrepancies between these reconciliations and why you received an extra $500 that was not actually reconciled?
No, I couldn't, I don't know. I don't remember.
Is it possible that the discrepancy was to generate spending cash for you in Las Vegas?
No,
I mean, could this be chalked up to just, the same types of mistakes that you've discussed in the past in terms of paperwork at the housing authority?
I don't remember why it was. I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you recall reimbursing the tribe for that $500 that was extra?
I don't remember. I could have.
Do you have proof of it?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Johnson, this next document is stamped Plaintiff's Exhibit 57, and can you tell me the check number, please?
201419.
Ms. Johnson, can you confirm that this check is made to you with a date of October 26th of 2017?
Yes.
And can you tell me the amount, please?
81872.
And just hold that thought for a second, Miss Johnson. I forgot to bring something up in my notes, and so on exhibit 56, where it would be for you and your attorney's benefit, it would be the document that is that's stamped 542. And I'm gonna try and rotate this. Do you see this document, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah,
Is that your handwriting on the top receipt?
yes.
And can you tell me the changes that you made to the receipt?
I put my name on it.
And whose name did you cross off?
Gaitlin's, my son, probably because I couldn't find mine.
Okay, so did Gaitlin go with you on the trip?
He must have.
Okay, so who else went with you on the trip?
If Gaitlin went, then my daughter went with me too.
And at the time, how old were they?
Oh my God. 2017. Probably 16 and 13.
So, so Ms. Johnson, if you have your children along with you and they are minors, is this a business trip or is this a vacation?
A business trip.
So did anyone else accompany you on the trip or was it just the three of you?
Just the three of us.
And is there a reason why the housing authority is paying for your son's $25 charge on Delta Airlines?
Like I said, that was probably mine, but I lost it. So I just used his. Obviously, that was wrong to do.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, turning back to 57. On the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed at check processed by and program account and signature?
Yes.
And at the top, Ms. Johnson, can you tell me what the description for the check is, please?
APR IHP.
And what else does it say?
Chicago.
Okay, and can you tell me what APR IHP means?
Indian Housing Plan and the Annual Performance Report.
Okay, and this would be a meeting with federal officials, correct?
It wasn't a meeting. It was, I went down there to go and try and get help to learn how to do that, which I never got any help from them whatsoever.
Okay. And Ms. Johnson, this exhibit that the plaintiff's exhibit 58, can you tell me this check number?
201454.
And can you confirm that this is a check made out to you with the date of November 2nd of 2017?
Yes,
And can you tell me the amount, please?
441.72.
Okay, thank you. And at the top, can you tell me what this description is?
ICDBG training.
And can you tell me what ICDBG training means?
I don't remember what it means.
Okay. On the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed the payment
Yes.
voucher? And did your supervisor sign this document?
Nope.
Do you have independent proof that he approved it?
No,
So does this document refresh your memory, Ms. Johnson?
yes.
So Ms. Johnson, these web page printouts from HUD, they describe the Indian Community Development Block Grant Program. But I don't see any confirmation that there was a meeting occurring in Chicago. So do you know what these documents, what purpose these documents served for this check?
Because I probably went down there to learn what it was supposed to be, because we were supposed to start doing that. We were gonna do a block grant.
But you don't recall if there was a specific meeting.
No,
This next document, Ms. Johnson, is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 59. And can you please tell me the check number?
201529.
Will you please confirm that it's a check made out to you dated November 22nd of 2017?
Yes,
And can you tell me the amount, please?
490,
Oh, I'm sorry.
495.72.
And Ms. Johnson, can you confirm that you signed the payment voucher at check process by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And can you tell me the description of this check?
mileage Chicago Hayward.
And Ms. Johnson, yesterday, we looked at some mileage where there was a mileage form that was filled out. Would these MapQuest documents essentially replace the mileage worksheet?
Yeah, probably,
Okay.
yes, probably.
And do you recall what the Cumberland to Hayward mileage would have been for?
No, I do not.
Okay. So this next document, Ms. Johnson, is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 60, and will you please tell me the check number?
201623.
Thank you. And will you confirm that the check is made out to you with the date of December 18th of 2017?
Yes,
And what is the check amount?
91972.
And Ms. Johnson, can you confirm that on the payment voucher that you signed that check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
And did your supervisor sign this document?
no,
And do you have independent proof that he approved the document?
no,
So, Ms. Johnson, do you recall the purpose of this meeting? It says on the check, it says APR training under description. On the payment voucher, the payment voucher just says Chicago and hotel. And under the travel reconciliation, under the name, it's got Natasha Reynolds. Is that a mistake, or is there a reason why Natasha Reynolds' name is under the traveler's name?
no, that's probably just a mistake.
And Miss Johnson, at the time, do you recall, was there any type of travel policy concerning the cost for rooms? Or the types of rooms that could be used for business travel purposes?
Not that I know of.
So it wouldn't have been out of bounds to spend, like, say, $250 or $300 or $400 a night per room with housing authority funds?
Question is vague and it also calls for speculation, objecting to it therefore.
Yeah, I'll strike that question, but I'll restate it this way. Ms. Johnson, was there any policy that you knew of at the housing authority that restricted the amount that could be paid per night on hotel expenses for housing authority business trips?
No,
And Ms. Johnson, again, the printout from the HUD website, it talks about the Indian Housing Block Grant formula. And it talks about what the formula is with explanations of the census challenge waiver, the formula data. But Ms. Johnson, there's no mention of Chicago in these documents. So can you explain to me why these documents are attached to the payment voucher?
I'm assuming because that's probably what we wanted to go and talk to him about. Because there was a new system on how to put in your block grant. And the APR,
And what does the APR mean?
annual performance. Oh, annual performance review, sorry.
So Ms. Johnson, that annual performance review, would it happen multiple times in a year or just once?
I don't know if it was twice a year or if it was quarterly. I don't know, I don't remember.
But with
They-
this, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna ask Ms. Johnson, so with this particular trip, we don't have any proof that there was an actual meeting, correct?
No, because I went down there because I was having trouble doing the APR and the IHPs because it was a new system they went to. I had no clue how to do it, which I wasn't even supposed to be doing it. It was supposed to be Dwayne. But Dwayne told me that I had to do them.
And Ms. Johnson, when it comes to that, who was Mr. Emery's boss?
I would assume tribal council.
I'm asking you, what your belief of who his supervisor was?
My belief was he didn't really answer to anybody.
And what do you base that belief on?
That he did whatever he wanted to do.
So did you ever attend any meetings with the tribal council when you were working at the housing authority, Ms. Johnson?
No. If I did, it wasn't their actual meetings. It just dealt with tenants.
What does that mean, Ms. Johnson?
It dealt with the either tribal tenants or HUD tenants, like drug issues, but not council meetings.
What type of meetings would they be?
Tenant meetings.
That the tribal council would attend?
Well, it would only be one or two council members. It wasn't all of them.
Okay, well, did you ever interact with individual tribal council members while you were working at the housing authority?
No. Like I said, just in those meetings, like for the tenants.
Okay, so now I'm confused because you just said no, but then you said you did meet with them in tenant meetings.
I didn't go to tribal council meetings. There was council meetings, which I'm sure you know about. And then there would be tenant meetings that like certain council members would want to talk to housing. So it would always be me and Natasha who would have to go to those.
Okay, and I'm just asking this as a clarifying question, but while you were working at the housing authority, under, like, I don't really care what the circumstances were, but did you ever have to interact with tribal council members in any capacity while working at the housing authority?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So plaintiffs exhibit 61, Miss Johnson, can you tell me this check number, please?
201635.
And Miss Johnson, will you please confirm that this check is made out to you and it is dated December 19th of 2017?
Yes,
And can you tell me the amount, please?
9/12/68.
Thank you. On the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed at check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
And did your supervisor sign this document?
no,
Do you have independent proof that he approved it?
no,
And at the top, can you tell me the description of the check, please?
self-monitoring, Green Bay.
And can you tell me what that means?
Oh, I don't remember.
So, Miss Johnson, again, there is printouts of grant oversight and monitoring from the HUD website. But there is no statement in these printouts that there is a HUD-sponsored meeting occurring in Green Bay. So do you have independent proof that a HUD meeting was happening in Green Bay during those dates?
And no, I don't.
And Miss Johnson, on this trip, do you recall if did other people attend this trip with you, or were you by yourself?
I don't remember.
And Miss Johnson, does it strike you as being odd that, like with the Las Vegas trip to G2E, that there was documented proof of the meeting occurring, but with these HUD ones that there is no documented proof that a meeting occurred?
No, because I always asked HUD for trainings and and they would never send me anything. I would always have to look up trainings to go to. Because
Okay,
I would always do the APR or the IHP wrong.
okay. So was it HUD's fault?
No, I'm sure it wasn't their fault that I was doing it wrong. It was my fault that I was doing it wrong.
So this next document, Miss Johnson, and then I'll ask the court to take a break because we're coming up on 10:30. But this next document is marked Plaintiff Exhibit 62. And can you tell me this check number, please?
201719.
And will you please confirm that the check is made to you with the date of January 19th of 2018?
Yes,
And will you please tell me the amount of the check?
670.94.
Thank you. And will you tell me the description at the top of the check, please?
Says Tribal Wisconsin Rapid Hotel.
And is Wisconsin Rapids, is that a city in Wisconsin?
Yes,
And Miss Johnson, will you please confirm that you signed the payment voucher under check processed by and program accountant?
yes,
And did your supervisor sign this document?
no,
Do you have independent proof showing that he approved it?
no,
So Ms. Johnson, do you recall the business purpose for the driving from Cumberland to Wisconsin Rapids?
they were college visits for my daughter.
That were paid for with housing authority funds?
Tribal funds, yes.
And so Ms. Johnson, at the time, do you know if the tribe's education department had any programs for tribal members or descendants in terms of, like, say, college visits or higher education?
No, I do not.
Have your did your children attend college?
Yes,
And did your children apply for any type of higher ed assistance, through the tribe's Department of Education?
no, they did not.
Do you know if your children received any type of like tuition or housing assistance from the tribe for college purposes?
No,
Do you know, Ms. Johnson, at the time in 2018, did you process any other payment vouchers for other St. Croix tribal members or descendants for pre-college visits?
I know I did for Dwayne's kids for mileage back and forth to their colleges.
Okay. So, so your children and Mr. Emery's children are receiving housing authority assistance for pre-college trips. Are any other tribal members or descendants that you know of receiving similar assistance?
Not that I know of.
I'm going to object to the form of that question. It misstates her testimony as it relates to housing authority funds versus the portion that was allocated as tribal. I'm not sure it's wrong because housing authority is a bigger umbrella, but it would certainly help the record if it could be more specific.
So, Ms. Johnson, these checks, this check in particular, and I believe all of the checks that I've presented to the court, can you tell me, but to be specific for this one, in the top left-hand corner of the check, can you tell me who is issuing the check?
The housing authority is under a general fund because we only had one checking account there. So everything that was written had to go through one checking account. So it's gonna say St. Croix Chippewa Housing Authority on the top, general fund, because there was only one checking account that was at the housing authority. Which I asked Rick Peterson to change, I don't know how many times, but he never would.
And how did you want Mr. Peterson to change it?
I wanted them to break them down, so there was at least 4 or 5 different checking accounts. So you could keep them separate.
Okay, so if he had broken them down, then would this check be different? Like instead of it saying general fund, would it say something else?
Whatever it came out of, which it would probably be tribal, if that's what it was.
But at the end of the day, what we're left with is that the check is coming from the housing authority, correct?
Yes, because there was only one checking account.
So,
Which I,
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
So to your knowledge, your children or your child would, and either one or multiple children of Mr. Emery are receiving this assistance, but you testified that no one else is. So does that strike you odd that your 2 families are the only ones that are benefiting from this assistance?
I wasn't the director, so I couldn't approve anything or whatever. So I guess, no. I mean, if other people didn't know about,
Do you know if it was publicized to all tribal members?
I don't know, which that's the same with the education, that's never publicized. Cause I never knew that I could get rent paid for my kids.
And I know that you didn't sign a program director, Ms. Johnson, but you did request this check, correct?
Correct.
And so, Ms. Johnson, you request it, but you also process it, correct?
Correct. Like I said before, I did everything there to the point where I was overwhelmed with everything that I did there. From picking up the mail to doing reports to doing everything. The only thing I didn't do there was the housing inspections.
So, Ms. Johnson, do you believe that all of that hard work and the stress that it provided you provided an entitlement that you were entitled to receive these funds?
No, but I will say that my health and my overwhelm, it affected that.
The stress affected your health?
Yes, very much so.
And did you raise those concerns with anyone, with say a health professional or
My doctor, I was going to my doctor a lot. My blood pressure was through the roof.
So, Ms. Johnson, for a payment voucher such as this one, would in the the steps between requesting the check and then processing it, would anyone else review this document?
No, no.
So then why are you cutting the check if no one else is seeing it? If no one
That-
else is approving it?
No checks would have been, no bills would have been, because Dwayne was never around. So
So-
nothing would have gotten paid. But I always asked, or he would look them over and he would, when he was there, and then he would say, just pay them, get them done. And that went with all of the bills. Everything that was there that I paid. Vendors, contractors.
Well, in the instances where Mr. Emery is reviewing them, then why is he not signing them?
You would have to ask him that.
Well, in the instances where he would not sign his approval, why did you go ahead and process them?
Because 99% of everything that was paid for, he never signed. That includes vendors, contractors, everything up there.
But that would have also included you, correct?
Correct. And his, and Natasha's, and Elvin's, and anybody who worked there. Nothing was ever signed by him.
So from an internal control standpoint, what I'm asking you, Ms. Johnson, is that if your supervisor is not signing these, if he's not approving these, then why are you processing the checks?
Because they were okayed by him verbally.
But we don't have any proof of his approval. I mean, that's the problem that we have
And
now.
you're looking at my stuff, which is fine, but if you go get vendors from there, they're not gonna be signed either.
So would it be safe to say that the housing authority would not have been able to function if you didn't essentially take on this policy of processing checks without approvals?
I can't say it would have or it wouldn't have. How would I know that?
Well, couldn't you have tested that by not processing checks unless the vouchers were signed?
Objection calls for speculation.
And
Did your child ultimately go to one of these schools that was on this pre-college trip?
She went to Stevens Point.
So she attended school at Stevens Point?
She still is attending school at Stevens Point.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm done with this exhibit. I mean, if you'd like to take a break now, or we could keep going.
we'll recess until 11 o'clock. See you back at 11.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I've ever had a case where I've had to have this much equipment up and running.
Are we all returned?
Yes, Your
Anderson
Honor.
and Johnson are here.
Okay, goes back in session. Attorney Adams, your witness.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, can you see this document that I am projecting onto the screen?
Yes,
Okay, we left off with plaintiff's exhibit 63, and can you please tell me this check number?
201809.
Thank you, and will you please confirm that the check is made out to you with a date of February 9th of 2018?
Yes,
And will you please tell me the amount?
335.36.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Johnson, on this payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And did your program manager sign this?
no,
Do you have independent proof that he signed this?
no,
And at the top of the check, can you tell me what the description is?
management training.
Okay, do you recall what this management training was for?
No,
Okay, so under the remarks and special instructions, what does it say there?
leadership management training.
Okay, and this took place in Bloomington, Minnesota?
I would assume so. That's what it says.
Okay, and do you recall this document, which is attached to the payment voucher?
No, I don't, but it's there.
Okay, so it describes what looks to be some type of management training, but I don't see a confirmation of your attendance. Do you have independent proof that you attended this?
No,
Do you recall if it was business related to the housing authority?
I'm sure it was.
So Ms. Johnson, on this page that has the stamp of 615 for Exhibit 13, this looks to be some type of hotel information. With a date of February 10th of 2018. Do you see that on the document, Ms. Johnson?
Yeah,
And the travel reconciliation has a travel date of February 9th of 2018. Do you see that on the travel reconciliation document?
yeah.
So, Ms. Johnson, yeah, I think it was yesterday, we discussed Exhibit 43, which was a check in the amount of $1,000 that was cut on January 5th of 2018. And this was for the Chicago Blackhawks at Minnesota Wild. That game that occurred on February 10th of 2018. So when we look at these two exhibits, Miss Johnson, is it quite possible that this mileage did not correlate with a management training, but it was mileage for the NHL hockey game?
I have no idea.
But you did testify yesterday that you attended this game,
Yes,
but today you're not able to testify as to whether you attended this management training or not.
I don't remember, no. I mean, I could have.
Do you recall if you had any conversations related to your supervisor related to this mileage for the management training?
No, I don't remember.
So with this one in particular, then it would be safe to assume that when you made the request and you processed the check, that you did it without your supervisor's approval?
No,
And why would you say no?
I said I don't remember talking to him, but I'm assuming I did.
And why would you make that assumption?
Because I approved everything through him. Paying every bill, every vendor, every contractor, but you're not gonna see any signatures on there.
So, and I mean, Ms. Johnson, my problem is that when you say that, that's a hearsay statement because you don't have proof that occurred. That's why I keep asking for proof.
Well, and if you would bring up the other vendors and all of the other bills that we paid, his signature is not gonna be on there. Very few you will find that he has signed on there. So in hindsight, I shouldn't have paid anything that I ever wrote out of the housing authority. Checks for me, checks for Dwayne, checks for any contractors that any supplier, any kind of vendor. I should not have.
So, Ms. Johnson, this next document that is plaintiff's exhibit 64, can you please tell me this check number?
201-846.
And will you please confirm that it's a check made out to you dated February 22nd of 2018?
Yes,
Can you tell me the amount, please?
for 2686.
And Ms. Johnson, with the payment voucher, can you, or will you please confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
And at the top of the check, will you tell me what the description means to you, what it is?
mileage hotel Minneapolis.
And Ms. Johnson, do you recall what was occurring in Minneapolis that necessitated the travel?
No, I do not.
Do you know if it was business related?
I'm sure it probably was.
Do you have proof that it was business related?
No,
Do you recall traveling with anyone else on that trip?
no,
Okay. The next exhibit is marked plaintiff's exhibit 65. Will you please read this check number to me, please?
201-859.
And will you please confirm this check was made out to you with a date of February 27th of 2018?
Yes,
And will you please tell me the amount?
351.
And Ms. Johnson, this payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And with the check description, will you please tell me what the description is?
tribal meeting economics.
Okay, do you recall this, this particular travel?
No, I do not.
Does this document refresh your memory? Was this some type of event at the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay?
I don't remember, no.
Is it possible that this was another college visit that one of your children went on?
No,
Do you have any explanation as to why this printout for the Bachelor of Science in Economics at the University of Wisconsin Green Bay is in your backup documentation for the payment voucher?
no, I don't recall.
This next plaintiff's exhibit 66, Miss Johnson, will you please tell me this check number?
201903.
Okay, and can you confirm that this is a check made out to you with a date of March 13th of 2018?
Yes.
And will you please tell me the amount of the check?
47001.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me what the description for this check is?
House rents, Las Vegas, financial management.
Okay. And on the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed and program accountant?
Yes,
And since it states Las Vegas, I'm assuming that this is for some type of travel to Las Vegas. Is that a correct assumption?
I would assume so, yes.
And so this travel reconciliation looks to be reimbursement for some out-of-pocket expenses that you had on the trip. Is that your understanding of the document also?
Looks that way.
And you signed this particular document?
Yeah.
So, Miss Johnson, this chauffeur service and this limo driver, was it common on trips to Las Vegas to rent chauffeured limousines?
It's a taxi cab.
Miss Johnson, where does it say taxi cab? I see chauffeured transportation services, limo coach, and bus charter VIP services.
Yes, but it's a taxi cab.
What
That's the name of it. But it's a taxi cab. If you look at them, it's no more than any of the taxi cabs. It's less than some of the taxi cabs. There's a chauffeur service, so that's, my taxi's 37, that was 46.
But this limo was 55.
it's still a taxi cab.
Well, but Miss Johnson, this taxi cab was less than half of the amount of the limousine.
Probably because we didn't go that far.
And who is we?
Whoever I traveled with, if I traveled with anybody, which I don't know if I traveled with anybody. That taxi cab is 45.
Miss Johnson, is this your handwriting on this?
No, it is not.
So Miss Johnson, what was the financial management training in Las Vegas? Because there's no backup documentation that discusses a financial management training.
I have no idea.
Was this a business trip?
Yes, it was.
Do you have independent proof that it was a business trip?
No, I do not.
Do you have independent proof that it was approved by your supervisor?
No, I do not.
This next document, Miss Johnson, is Plaintiff's Exhibit 67. Will you please tell me the check number for this document?
201907.
And will you please confirm that it's a check made out to you dated March 15th of 2018?
Yes.
And at the top, can you tell me what the description is for this check?
Green Bay Hotel.
And on the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes.
And under the special remarks, what does it say there?
Green Bay.
So, Miss Johnson, there is a printout for a neighborhood development strategies meeting that looks like it's happening in Washington, DC in March of 2018 with an agenda and speaker bios. Can you explain to me why this is in your backup documentation for this expenditure?
I have no idea. I don't know. Nope.
Can you confirm that this trip to Green Bay was a business trip?
I don't recall that one. Not at all.
Do you recall that you used the $668.68 on this trip to Green Bay?
I don't recall.
Okay, and we discussed 68 yesterday. So Ms. Johnson, this next document is plaintiff's exhibit 69. Can you read the check number to me, please?
202077.
And Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm that this check was made out to you on May 2nd of 2018?
Yes,
And will you please tell me the amount?
82620.
And Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm on the payment voucher that you signed at check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
And under remarks and special instructions, what does it say there?
Ohio WIDA meeting.
Okay, and so there's a printout from WIDA's website that talks about their low-income housing tax credit program and a guidance and FAQs, appendices. So Ms. Johnson, in the WIDA printout, in the printout of the WIDA website, there's no mention of Ohio. So can you tell me what the purpose of this travel was for?
I don't recall that one. And
Do
I
you
don't,
recall going to Columbus, Ohio, from Hurdle, Wisconsin in May of 2018?
no, I don't recall going there.
Is it possible that this was another college visitation since Ohio State University is located in Columbus, Ohio?
No, it wasn't a college, no.
How do you know the trip wasn't for a college?
Because that was never even in her sights to go to Ohio.
Did anyone you know of attend Ohio State University?
Not that I know of.
So Ms. Johnson, do you have any explanation as to why the check is coded as a WIDA meeting, but there's no WIDA confirmation of a meeting occurring in Columbus, Ohio?
No. I don't recall that one.
This next document, Ms. Johnson, is stamped Plaintiff's Exhibit 70. Can you please read me this check number?
202249.
And will you please confirm that the check is made out to you with a date of June 21st of 2018?
Yes,
And at the top of this check description, can you please tell me what it says?
housing rents, France school trip.
And under invoice, what does it say?
France, Karen.
And can you tell me what that means to you?
That my children had a chance to go to France. And this was the trip, or the I don't remember what it was exactly for.
You don't know what the check was for or what the trip was for?
The trip was through school.
So under the payment voucher, Miss Johnson, can you confirm that, or will you please confirm that you checked or you signed under check process by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And under remarks, special instructions, will you please tell me what that says?
says France per diem,
And can you tell me what that means?
that it was per diem for France.
What does per diem mean to you?
For like meals.
So under the travel reconciliation, Miss Johnson, is that your name under the travel date?
Yes,
So did you travel on this trip?
yes,
And whose name is below yours?
my mother's name, but she didn't go. It should be Maro Barrow that went.
Morrow Bear, the same individual who traveled to Coachella with you?
No, he didn't go to Coachella. Nor did
But he-
I.
Pardon me?
I said, nor did I.
But the same individuals whose name appears on the Coachella travel documents, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And in conference, seminar, and destination, was it France and Italy?
Well, it was France. No, it's not Italy.
So why is Italy on that line or those two lines?
Probably because I put it on there by mistake, but it was not Italy.
So, Miss Johnson, this United States General Services Administration printout, can you explain to me what this document represents?
Per diem rates.
Are these just like, do these per diem rates apply to, is it for business travel or for any type of travel?
Any type of travel, business travel.
Would it apply to personal vacations?
If you know,
Pardon me?
I said if she knows.
It's what I used, I guess. I mean, personal, it's per diems, it's. I guess anybody could use it.
But with a personal vacation, Miss Johnson, you wouldn't be submitting, or you wouldn't be getting prepaid per diems from a third party. And so, Ms. Johnson, did your children attend this trip?
Yes, they did. I told you it was a school function. It was a school trip.
So, Ms. Johnson, this print off towards the back of your backup documentation for your payment voucher. Can you tell me who Joseph Waite is?
A school teacher?
Are you related to him?
No, I am not.
And is this the person who is coordinating the trip?
Yes, it is.
So, Ms. Johnson, can you explain to me how this international travel for yourself and Mr. Bear and your children relate to the business of the St. Croix Housing Authority?
Because that was one of those things where Dwayne okayed this because it was for my children.
And where is the proof that he approved this on behalf of your children?
There is none. Just like all the other stuff that's been, he doesn't sign anything. Just like all the vendors, all the contractors.
And Ms. Johnson, just want to confirm that with the international trip, these are housing rents, so these funds are coming from rental payments that tenants are making?
Yep, where a percentage could go to whatever was under the policies and procedures. So whatever was under our policies and procedures, we could spend that on. There was a percentage that you could do it for.
Can you supply to me proof of those policies and procedures? Because yesterday you testified that you didn't operate under any policies and procedures. So please, can you please provide to me and the tribe the policies and procedures that you relied upon for that statement?
You can ask HUD about the 10% or whatever the percentage is for the housing rents that are supposed to go back into the housing, and whatever percentage that you bring in falls under this where the policies and procedures are.
So it's your testimony that there are HUD policies and procedures that say that housing rents can be used for an international trip that is not related at all to the business of the tribally designated housing entity?
If you go under HUD, or if you ask HUD, there's a formula that they have for the housing rents that comes in, that there's a percentage that can be spent, that is supposed to be spent on housing that goes back into the housing. And there's a percentage that can be spent on whatever your policies and procedures say. that you can spend it on.
So you could draft a policies that says that you're gonna use funds on the purchase of cocaine for distributing on the street?
If that's what it was you wanted to, I guess.
So, Ms. Johnson, I would ask that you and your attorney, you bear the burden of proof and persuasion, not the tribe, to prove that up. Then that's why I'm asking for those policies and procedures.
My client and I don't have access to HUD documentation like that. It's all within the housing offices from which Karen has been excluded.
Attorney Anderson, your client is saying that those are HUD policies and procedures, and
No.
you have access to the Freedom of Information Act in the same way that anyone else does. And so I would take the standpoint that if it's a federally approved policy and procedure, you would have access to requesting from HUD those documents.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you that there's a formula under the HUD for housing rents that a percentage goes toward the houses, and then a percentage goes toward whatever the housing authority policies goes, whatever they have written. Not HUD, the housing authority.
So, Ms. Johnson, was there a policy at the housing authority that was publicly communicated to other tribal members and descendants and others advertising that expenses related to international travel could be sponsored?
I wasn't the housing director, so it wasn't my responsibility to put that out there.
But I'm just asking if you knew of any advertisements, not whether you did it or not.
I guess I never seen anything for the housing or the tribe or anything. So I would assume no, that there wasn't, and that's not saying that housing authority didn't do it. The tribe didn't do it either. But the tribe pays for a lot of other stuff too. So whether the housing authority put it out there, I guess there's programs out there that they know that they don't advertise.
So, Ms. Johnson, when you say that there's other things that the tribe pays for, are you blaming the tribe for this situation?
No, I'm just telling you that there's other things out there that nobody knows about.
So is it quite possible, Ms. Johnson, that nobody knew about this because you are the one that is filling out the voucher and then you're the one who's processing the check?
No,
Did anyone else review these documents before you processed the check?
yes, Dwayne did.
Do you have independent proof?
No, I do not.
Let him finish his
Oh,
question,
sorry.
please.
So, Ms. Johnson, this document with the plaintiff exhibit 72 stamp, will you please tell me this check number?
202-305.
And Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm that this is a check made out to you with the date of July 13th of 2018?
Yes,
And will you please tell me the amount?
560-24.
Okay, thank you. And will you please tell me the description at the top?
Duluth meeting.
And on the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
And under remarks, special instructions, will you tell me what that says?
Duluth.
And did your supervisor sign this document?
No,
And do you have independent proof that he approved it?
no,
And Ms. Johnson, with this travel, do you recall if this was for a business related purpose?
I would assume it was.
Do you have independent proof that it was a business related trip?
No,
And Ms. Johnson, if I told you that, would it come as a surprise to you that that this trip was over a weekend? Would that surprise you?
no,
And so do you see on what's stamped as 732 that it's a check-in on July 14th, which is a Saturday, and a checkout on Sunday, July 15th?
do I see that? Yes.
Do you have any explanation as to why there would be a business meeting occurring in Duluth over the weekend that would necessitate your travel?
No, I don't recall that one. I don't recall that at all.
Do you recall if you traveled alone or with other people?
I don't recall.
Ms. Johnson, this next document with the plaintiff stamp Exhibit 73, will you please tell me this check number?
202534.
And will you please confirm that this check is made out to you with a date of September 5th of 2018?
Yes.
Thank you. And will you please tell me the amount?
5/22/16.
And Ms. Johnson, will you please tell me the description at the top?
Mileage Minneapolis.
And Ms. Johnson, with the payment voucher, will you please tell me or please confirm that you signed a check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson, above your date, it looks, there's the statement of cash receipt. Do you know what that means?
That what? Oh, no, I have, no.
Ms. Johnson, do you recall the purpose of this business travel?
No, I do not.
Ms. Johnson, do you recall why you would be traveling on a Friday to Minneapolis for an overnight stay for business purposes?
No, I do not.
This next document, Ms. Johnson, which is Plaintiff Exhibit 74, can you please tell me this check number?
202624.
Thank you. And can you please confirm that the check is made out to you with a date of September 21st of 2018?
Yes.
And can you please confirm it's in the amount of $686.88?
Yes.
And can you please tell me the description at the top?
Chicago APR IHP.
And Ms. Johnson, can you please confirm that on the payment voucher you signed at check processed by and program accountant?
Yes.
And Ms. Johnson, do you recall the purpose of this meeting?
Says IHP and APR.
But there's no confirmation that this was an APR meeting?
If it's not on there, I must not have put it on there.
And with exhibit, so with the next document, which is plaintiff's exhibit 75, can you read that check number to me, please?
202655.
And can you confirm that this check is made out to you with a date of September 28th of 2018?
Yes.
And can you please tell me the amount?
632.44.
And Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm that for payment voucher, you signed at check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes.
And can you tell me at the top of the check, the description?
Madison APR.
And what does that mean to you?
Annual performance review.
So would that have been a meeting with HUD officials?
No, I want to say that this is around the time they changed their system where you had to input it into the computer on a different system, and I had to learn how to do it. Where you were where it was, you did your IHP first, and then the APR was done on the same forms or the same system.
So Ms. Johnson, why are there APR meetings happening within a week's time in Madison and Chicago?
Because I didn't know how to do them. And it was thrown on me to do them, which I wasn't supposed to be doing them in the first place. Dwayne was supposed to be doing them. So I basically had to teach myself how to do these because I had no clue how to do them.
Well, my question, Ms. Johnson, is within the backup documentation, why isn't there proof that you actually attended a meeting?
what kind of proof is there if I'm going down there to, especially with Chicago? I go down there for, that's where HUD is based out of.
Is there a HUD office in Madison, Wisconsin?
I don't think so, but I don't know if there was a meeting there or if there was some kind of training there.
Is it quite possible that the trip to Madison was a college visit?
No,
So Ms. Johnson, this next document, plaintiff's exhibit 76, will you please read this check number for me, please?
202685.
Will you please confirm it's made out to you with the date of October 4th of 2018?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount?
126819.
And Ms. Johnson, on the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed that check processed and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And at the top, will you please tell me at the top of the check what the description is?
French GTE.
And Ms. Johnson, do you remember this trip at all?
Barely, but I'm sure I went.
And was this for work-related activities for the Housing Authority?
It's for the global gaming again.
And so this is another gaming conference in Las Vegas?
That's what it says, Global Gaming Expo.
And do you recall if you traveled with anyone else on this trip?
And I don't remember.
And is there a particular reason why Dwayne Emery's name is on the hotel confirmation that is part of your backup documentation?
And nope, I have no idea.
Do you recall
sure.
traveling? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
Do you recall traveling to Las Vegas with Mr. Emery on this trip?
I'm sure I probably did.
Did your children attend this trip with you?
No, not that I know of or remember.
Did Mr. Bear?
Not that I know of.
Did the trip have a housing related business purpose?
Not that I know of.
And this trip was funded with housing rents, account funds?
Yep.
Did you share this room with anyone?
If I went, no. Or no. If you're insinuating that I was with Dwayne, no.
So So Ms. Johnson, this next document, which is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 78, can you read this check number for me, please?
202935.
And will you please confirm the check is made out to you with a date of December 5th of 2018?
Yes.
And can you tell me at the top what this description is?
Vegas Legal Symposium, Bill Nibbling meeting.
And under the payment voucher, can you please confirm that you signed where check processed and program accountant signature blocks are?
Yep.
And under remarks, can you please tell me what this was for?
The Legal Symposium.
And Ms. Johnson, did you fill out the top of this request for travel document? Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
And under position, can you tell me what the position is?
Finance officer, which I probably should have put housing specialist.
Any particular reason why you would have signed finance officer on this position?
No,
Any particular reason why this document says finance officer, but you continue to say that you were not the finance officer?
because I was a housing specialist. That was my title there. It wasn't a finance officer. It was housing specialist.
But Ms. Johnson, the document also speaks for itself also, correct? That, and the document says that you were a finance officer?
That's what I put on there, yes, but I should have put housing specialist.
And why didn't you?
I made a simple mistake.
Ms. Johnson, can you tell me what the topic of the legal symposium was?
This one, I went specifically to go and talk to that Bill Nibbling. And he
And
is the
who-
one that helped me. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, please finish.
No, go ahead.
Who is Bill Nibbling?
I believe he worked for HUD at one time and he did trainings for HUD, but he was self-employed, or he did trainings. And he's the one that helped me with the IHP and the APR finally. Because HUD was no help to me whatsoever.
So Ms. Johnson, you didn't attend this legal symposium?
He was down there at this legal symposium.
But you didn't attend the legal symposium.
I went to the legal symposium and to go to see Bill Nibbling. That was my main thing, to go see him. And he was at this legal symposium.
Okay, so my question is did you register for the legal symposium and did you attend it?
Yes, I did. I just said I went to the legal symposium because he was there, went to it, and I met him. And I met with him on my own time.
This next document, Ms. Johnson, which is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 79, will you please tell me this check number?
203005.
And actually, before we get into this one, so Ms. Johnson, this Las Vegas travel is the beginning of December. And then this Las Vegas travel is the beginning of, or mid-October. I mean, was it common for you to make multiple trips to Las Vegas in a year for housing authority business?
Yes,
But you've testified that none of it was housing related meetings, that these were gambling meetings or gaming meetings?
Misstates the testimony. She testified that the gaming expo was not housing related, but the legal symposium, she testified specifically that it was.
I actually don't believe she testified that so was the legal symposium housing related? What was the topic of?
I believe so.
For some reason, I got the impression that her testimony about the legal symposium was related to housing business. So that's my impression of that activity. But rephrase your question, Attorney Adams.
So, Ms. Johnson, was it common for you to travel to Las Vegas multiple times in a given year, being paid for by the housing authority?
Yes,
And were there other housing authority employees besides yourself and Mr. Emery who also traveled to Las Vegas multiple times in a year?
yes.
And who are those individuals?
Natasha Reynolds.
Anyone else?
Dwayne. Those were the only people that I know of.
Okay, so with plaintiff exhibit 79, Miss Johnson, can you tell me the check number for this one?
203005.
And can you please confirm that this check was made out to you with a date of January 11th of 2019?
Yes,
And can you tell me the amount, please?
356.44.
And can you tell me the description at the top of this check, please?
Non-program income epic.
And what does that description mean?
The epic, I think, was the new system that HUD was going to for the IHP APR.
So with the payment voucher, Miss Johnson, can you confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
And under program information, I believe this is the first time we've seen the phrase non-program income. Do you see that below the amount?
yes.
Can you please explain to me what non-program income means?
That's how Dwayne wanted me to do the housing rent. That was the 10% that we could do. I don't know. That's how he wanted me to word it.
So Mr. Emery directed you to use that phrase?
Yes,
And did Mr. Emery sign a program director on this document?
no,
Do you have independent proof that he approved this document?
No,
Do you have independent proof that he told you to name this non-program income?
no,
And so, Ms. Johnson, the last page of the backup where it says Epic Trainings. It appears to be a printout of on-site trainings in schools and so I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this Epic training appears to be CPR and first aid and OSHA related activities. Is that your understanding, or was it some type of software based training?
it's not software training. And that particular one, I went to the cities to meet with Bill so I could go over all of this Epic this is what it was called, was Epic.
So do you recall what type of training you undertook?
It wasn't training, it was a meeting with him to go over what I should do with the APR and the IHP.
So why doesn't any of the documents say anything about the APR or the IHP?
Because it's the Epic training and that revolves around the APR IHP.
So lead,
And I didn't-
asbestos. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So I'm confused, Miss Johnson, how like OSHA or first aid relates to financial reporting to HUD.
Because I didn't print this off. That's not my handwriting on there.
There is no handwriting on this document.
Up on the
Ms.
top. That is not my handwriting. I had Natasha print something out, so I had backup behind it so I could put something behind there because I was going to meet Bill. And that's what she put behind it. And I never seen it. Or I didn't even look at it, I should say.
So is your testimony that Natasha falsified the record or the backup to justify the check being cut to you?
I'm sure she didn't falsify it. I'm sure she just looked up Epic and that's what she printed off and put it on there.
So, Ms. Johnson, if you knew this was a meeting for another purpose and you're the person that created the check, then why did you continue that by putting Epic on the check description?
Because it was for Epic. That's the name of what this is called.
But you just testified, Ms. Johnson, that it was not for Epic and it was for a meeting with Mr. Niblick.
Yes, regarding the Epic. The Epic is what it was called. So I was meeting Bill to talk about the Epic.
And
learn
what
how to
is,
do-
I'm sorry, what is Epic again?
The new system on how to do the APR and the IHP under HUD.
Is Epic a software program?
I have no idea what it is. I was just learning everything.
And Ms. Johnson, this is 2019. So how long have you worked at the Housing Authority by this time?
This is a new system. Or this is a new way of putting your IHP and APR on the system. You have to go into their website and you have to log on, and then like I said, I don't know. I was just learning how to do that. Which I shouldn't have been learning how to do it. It should have been Dwayne in the first place.
So this Epic Trainings document has nothing to do with the purposes of the check that you received. Is that your testimony?
Could you repeat that question, please?
So, Ms. Johnson, this document, this Epics Trainings document that's part of the backup documentation for the check that you received, is it your testimony that this Epic training has nothing to do with the actual check that you received?
Well, no, because that is, like you said, it's for CPR and everything else.
Your Honor, it's 12:15. I wouldn't object to a lunch break at this time if the court is so inclined.
I would agree with that. I do have another housekeeping matter. My client, her son has what is known as senior banquet at Cumberland, which commences, she believes, at 5 o'clock today. So she really is hopeful that we can break for the day at 4 o'clock so she can attend that programming at the school for her son.
I don't have any objections to that, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll break for lunch until 1:30, and then when we come back, we'll go straight through until 4 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We're recessed until 1:30.
Should say check there.
Okay, is everyone here?
Anderson and Karen Johnson are here.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor, the tribe's present.
okay. Going into the afternoon, there's been a request put on the table that we could wrap her up by 4 o'clock. Okay, at the end of the day, before we wrap her up, though, the only one thing I want to get accomplished today is if we keep going on this rate, we'll be here for, I'm thinking, 3 or 4 more days at least. So I want to put together a tentative schedule before we leave today about what our schedule should be going forward. Understand that I have some commitments coming up for tomorrow, so I will not be able to go do tomorrow. I do have some time next week. I don't know what you guys are scheduled, but I'll give you guys the afternoon to think about that while we're going through the process. Right now, Attorney Adams is in the process of speaking or questioning Ms. Johnson, and that's where we'll pick up at. All right, with that being said, courts are reconvened from lunch. Attorney Adams, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, I am now displaying plaintiff's exhibit 71. Can you see this document on the screen?
Yes,
Okay, and can you tell me this check number, please?
102272.
I believe that first number is a 2. Can you confirm that?
Oh, 2, yep.
Okay, thank you. And can you confirm that the check is made out to you with a date of June 25th of 2018?
Yes,
And can you tell me the amount, please?
1077.12.
And Ms. Johnson, can you tell me the description at the top of the check?
Chicago Mileage Hotel.
Okay, and on the payment voucher, will you confirm that you signed that check processed and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And under the remarks and special instructions, can you tell me what that says?
Chicago meeting.
And can you tell me which program this came from?
Housing rents.
Okay, thank you. And so, Ms. Johnson, do you recall for this trip, if this was a work-related meeting?
I'm sure it was.
Okay, and Miss, do you have any independent proof that this was a work-related meeting?
No,
Because the trouble I'm having with looking at the backup documentation, Miss Johnson, is that there's the only backup documentation that accompanies the voucher and the travel reconciliation is on bait stamp 722. There is a Hurdle to Chicago directions MapQuest. And is that your handwriting on this document?
yes, it is.
And there's a map from Hurdle to Chicago. There is at 724, there is an Expedia, what seems to be like a hotel, like printout. Is that your handwriting on this document?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Johnson, it looks like that you checked in on July 2nd and then checked out on July 6th. Is there a chance that this was a holiday trip for the 4th of July instead of a work trip?
No,
And do you have proof that it wasn't a holiday trip?
no,
Do you know if anyone else from the Housing Authority in July of 2018 was traveling over the 4th of July holiday?
I have no idea.
Do you recall if you attended any meetings in Chicago during that time period for the Housing Authority?
I want to say it was for this Epic.
Do you have proof that it was Epic?
Nope.
So this next document, Miss Johnson, is stamped Plaintiff Exhibit 77. Can you tell me this check number, please?
202878.
And will you please confirm that this check was made out to you with a date of November 11th of 2018?
Yes.
And will you please tell me the amount of this check?
72802.
And with the payment voucher, Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed and at program account signature?
Yes.
And did your supervisor sign this document also?
No.
And do you recall traveling to Oklahoma for this meeting, Ms. Johnson?
I don't remember.
Do you recall driving to Oklahoma during this
No.
time period?
No.
So you don't have any recollection of this
I
trip?
don't know. I don't remember.
All right. This next document, Ms. Johnson, which is stamped Plaintiff Exhibit 80, will you please read the check number for this check, please?
203083.
And will you please confirm that the check is made out to you with a date of January 17th, 2019?
Yep.
And will you read the top for me, please, under the description?
Chicago Epic Review.
And on the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed and program account signature?
Yes.
And did your supervisor sign this document?
No.
Do you have independent evidence that he approved this document?
No.
So, Ms. Johnson, this document here with the Bate stamp of 796, I think this is the first time that we've seen this type of form. Can you explain to me what this document is?
A travel request.
Okay, did you create this form?
I don't remember if I did or someone else at the Housing Authority did.
Okay, and Ms. Johnson, can you read the language in the box that says important notice?
By signing and submitting this form, you agree that the request funds will be used for the purposes stated in this form. Failure to provide any expense report will, with receipts within 10 days of your return date, can result in a paycheck deduction to cover the amount of funds advanced to you.
So on this form, since it's brand new, Ms. Johnson, where it's got approved by, who would normally sign there? Or who's
I don't
name?
know. Because I don't remember doing these. I mean, I don't know who made them.
Okay,
No, we just started doing them, so I don't.
so this next document, Ms. Johnson, is another printout explaining what the Energy and Performance Information Center of the, looks like the Department of Housing and Urban Development. It looks to be a printout explaining the system. And are you familiar with this document here, this SF 425 report for 2018?
Familiar with it? Yes.
Can you tell me what this document is?
No, I can't. I don't remember.
So, Ms. Johnson, do you remember traveling to Chicago on this trip?
Yes, for the Epic. Because our IHP was due in June.
And was it a business meeting? Was it meetings or a training?
It was to learn how to do the Epic or get answers from it. So I could do the Epic, so I could put the IHP in this Epic system.
So, Ms. Johnson, the piece that I'm having a hard time with is that you checked in on a Saturday and then checked out on a Sunday. So was the training on a Saturday? Or the business meeting was on a Saturday?
Then the dates are wrong on there.
How are they wrong?
Because if anything, I would have probably went on a Friday and came back on Saturday.
Okay, so the check is cut on the 17th. The travel reconciliation has the travel the 18th and the 19th. But the hotels.com print off has the check-in on the 19th and the checkout on the 20th.
See, and once again, I didn't do this. This was Natasha who did this stuff. And that's why I always did everything.
Do you have independent proof that you attended a training in Chicago during these
No.
days? Oh, and just real quickly, Miss Johnson. Just bear with me for a second. So, Miss Johnson, we just looked at Exhibit 80, and I forgot to ask on the payment voucher, is that your handwriting crossing out the non-program income and replacing it with tribal?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall why that change was made?
No.
This next document, Miss Johnson, which is marked as Plaintiff Exhibit 81, can you tell me this check number, please?
203133.
And will you please confirm that the check is made to you and it is dated February 1st of 2019?
Yes.
And will you please tell me the amount?
81388.
Okay, and at the top of the document, Miss Johnson, will you please tell me the description?
Says Epic.
And under the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed and program accountant signature?
Yes.
And did your supervisor sign this document?
No.
Do you have independent evidence that your supervisor approved this expenditure?
No.
So, Miss Johnson, was this Epic training that is here? Is this what was this actually for, like a CPR or something, or was this something else? Was this another mistake?
Yes, because if you scroll up, Tasha did it.
How do we know that Natasha did it?
Because that's her handwriting.
But Miss Johnson, you created the check, correct?
Yes.
So if Natasha made a mistake in preparing the paperwork to justify the check, then why did you go ahead and create the check?
Because I probably didn't look at it. I guess she's employed there. She's fully capable of looking up HUD Epic. So why would I have to second and go through everything with her? Like I said, I was overwhelmed with doing everything there. Giving someone something else to do created this.
So this is Natasha's fault?
Backup is,
So, Ms. Johnson, this next document, which is marked plaintiff exhibit 82, can you please tell me this check number, please?
203-202.
And can you confirm that the check was made out to you with a date of February 15th of 2019?
Yes,
And can you please tell me the amount?
627.
And will you please tell me the description at the top of the check?
Epic HUD review.
And on the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
And did your supervisor approve this document?
no,
And under the program, can you tell me what non-pro housing rents means?
non-program housing.
Okay, so these are rents that tenants are paying. That's
It's
where the
not-
funds are coming from?
Non-program, yeah. It's just like the other one that you had on there.
Do you recall if this meeting was a CPR training? Or was this some other type of training?
I don't remember. I don't recall what it was.
Was it a business trip?
It's not gonna be a CPR meeting though. Yes, it was.
Do you have independent proof that it was a business meeting?
No,
This next document, Ms. Johnson, is stamped plaintiff exhibit 83. Can you please tell me this check number?
203213.
Will you please confirm that this check is made out to you with the date of February 19th of 2019?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount of the check?
51406.
I believe that last number is an 8.
Oh,
Yep.
oh, it's an 8.
And Ms. Johnson, on the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed that check processed and program account signature?
Yes,
And did your supervisor approve this request?
now when you say approved it, are you saying, did he sign it?
Did he sign it?
No,
Did he approve it?
yes,
Do you have independent evidence showing that he approved it?
no,
So with this one, Ms. Johnson, the travel The travel destination says Chicago. Do you recall if there was an Epic meeting in Chicago during this time?
I don't remember.
So, Ms. Johnson, can you explain to me how with check 203202, this is an Epic expenditure also for $627. The check is cut on February 15th of 2019. Your travel date is February 18th, which is a few days later. It says you're going to Milwaukee for this training, but then you receive a check on the 19th. That says that you traveled from, okay, so you traveled from Chicago back to Hurdle. So were there back-to-back Epic meetings in Milwaukee and in Chicago?
I don't remember if there was, but I know that I had to learn how to do this all on my own. And like I said, it was due in June and it had to be entered and everything in this new Epic system.
Ms. Johnson, this next document is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 84. Will you please tell me the check number, please?
203235.
Will you please confirm the check is made out to you with the date of February 28th of 2019?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount of the check?
$897.08.
On this payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
Did your supervisor sign this document approving it?
no,
Do you have independent evidence that your supervisor approved this expenditure?
no,
Can you tell me what the Peninsula Chicago is?
I'm assuming it's a hotel. I
Do you
think.
recall staying there?
I don't recall.
With this particular trip, Miss Johnson, Is there any particular reason why you went the extra 67 miles to go through Green Bay as opposed to going the more direct route of 409 miles through Madison?
I don't think I mapped it out.
Do you see this map that I'm projecting on the screen?
Yes, I do. I'm saying I didn't print it out. I didn't map it out.
This next document, Ms. Johnson, with the plaintiff's exhibit 85, will you please tell me this check number?
203275.
Will you please confirm that the check is made out to you with the date of March 5th of 2019?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount?
90411.
On the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed and program accountant?
Yes,
Did your program director sign this document?
no,
Did he approve it?
yes,
Do you have independent evidence showing that approval?
no,
Will you please read the description at the top of the check?
program income or non-program income to Green Bay.
So, Ms. Johnson, can you tell me what this, is this a confirmation for the hotel that you stayed at in Green Bay?
It looks like it.
Under guest name, it says Dwayne Emery. Is that a mistake?
I'm sure I went with him.
It says one room and one adult. So did you share a room?
No. I probably didn't have my hotel confirmation at the time.
So, Ms. Johnson, with this particular expenditure, do you recall if this was for a business trip?
I'm sure it probably was.
Do you have any independent proof that this was for a business trip?
No,
Because there's no mention of a business trip in the backup documentation. Is it possible that you went to Green Bay for non-business related reasons and the housing authority paid for it?
no,
Did anyone besides yourself review this document before you cut the check?
they could have.
Do you have independent evidence to show otherwise?
No,
Ms. Johnson, this next document is Plaintiff Exhibit 86. Will you please tell me the check number on this check?
203,583.
Will you please confirm this check was made out to you with a date of June 5th of 2019?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount of this check?
999.08.
I believe it's $989.08.
Sorry.
That's all right. Will you please tell me what the description says?
HUD review.
On the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes.
Was this document signed by your director?
No.
Do you have any independent evidence showing that your supervisor approved this expenditure?
No.
So, Miss Johnson, do you recall if this was a business trip?
Yeah. Yes.
What was the business that you had at this trip?
For a HUD review to go down there. I'm assuming that's what it was. Because like I said, the IHP was due in June. And I had no clue how to do it. Which I shouldn't have been doing it in the first place. Dwayne should have been doing it.
So on the payment voucher, Miss Johnson, can you tell me what it says at line item under your name, payee?
I'm sorry, the non-program income or the line item?
The line item.
It says state track meet, which it shouldn't be there
And why shouldn't it be there?
because that's not what it was for.
Did you create this document, Miss Johnson? Did you
Yes.
fill out this form?
Yes,
Then why did you sign it if it's incorrect?
because I probably didn't see it at the time.
Is there any reason why the travel reconciliation where it states conference seminar is blank?
No, I have no.
Is there any particular reason, Miss Johnson, that you're staying at a $475 a night Superior room for a HUD review meeting in Chicago at the Peninsula?
I'm not the one that printed it out.
Who printed it out?
Tasha.
But the hotel amount on the reconciliation is the accurate number for that hotel, correct?
Correct.
So, Miss Johnson, so I'm assuming on this payment voucher that the non-program income, that's housing rents, correct?
I don't know for sure.
Well,
I
what,
would assume that's what it is, but I
well,
don't
what does that mean to you on this payment voucher?
I don't remember. I don't remember what it meant.
Okay, and Miss Johnson, your home at 2665 2.5 Street, is that do you own that home, or is that a tribal home?
It's a HUD home.
So do you have a lease with the housing authority?
It's not a lease.
What is it?
It's a acquisition type home, like a rent to home type home.
Okay, do you make some type of monthly payments on that home?
I did, but it should have been paid off after 20 years, or I think it was. They were all of those types of homes were supposed to be turned over to the homeowners.
Okay, so in June of 2019, do you recall where any of the non-program income rental properties were located? Like, were there any at Sand Lake or Maple Plain?
I don't get what you're talking about.
I'm just,
I
oh,
don't
go
know
ahead,
what
I'm sorry.
I don't know what the non-program income would be.
Okay,
That's the way Dwayne stated or told me to put it in there.
okay, but you did previously testify that Dwayne Emery directed you to stop calling it housing rents and to call it non-program income.
Yes.
So my question is, in June of 2019, do you recall any location where the housing authority had a home where there was a tenant making rental payments?
They were paying rental payments to the, yeah.
So please, like any
I don't
location.
understand what you're talking about. I don't understand.
So can you give me just one example of a house that was owned by the housing authority, where it was located and the amount of rent they were paying on a monthly basis, or they were supposed to pay on a monthly basis?
Dependent on their income. That's why they
Oh.
call it low income housing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I didn't know it was low income housing. You stated that. So can you explain that to me, please?
That's what HUD is. It's low income housing.
Okay. So can you give me an example of, say, one random amount that somebody was supposed to pay in a given month?
Anywhere from 115 to, I think it was 221, depending on their income and their house size, how many bedrooms they had.
So 115, and what was the other amount?
221, I think the highest was.
Okay, thank you. This next document, Ms. Johnson, is titled Exhibit 87. Can you please tell me the check number?
203608.
And will you please confirm that this check was made out to you with the date of June 11th of 2019?
Yes.
Can you please tell me the amount?
708.
And on the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed that check processed and program accountant?
Yes.
And did your director sign this document?
No. I don't think that.
Did your director approve this document?
Yes,
Do you have independent evidence showing your director's approval of this expenditure?
no,
So, Ms. Johnson, do you have, can you tell me what this trip was for?
no, I can't.
Was it for a housing authority, business-related travel?
I would think so if the backup's on there.
Yeah, but the backup is a MapQuest with mileage. And it is a printout of HUD, what HUD does.
So this is when I wasn't doing these anymore.
Who was doing them?
Scroll up to the top and if it's Natasha's writing, it was Natasha.
What, are you talking about this travel reconciliation?
Yes, because she's the one that would put, it's not yes, that's the ones that she filled out for travel.
So, Miss Johnson, do you recall if the meeting was on Friday or Saturday?
I'm assuming it was on Friday.
And do you have any independent proof that you attended a business meeting on this trip?
No,
So, Miss Johnson, for Exhibit 88, have you had a chance to review Exhibit 88 with your attorney?
We have not.
So, Miss Johnson, can you tell me the check number on this this check?
106922.
Okay, and you've already testified that you've provided previous testimony that the check was made out to yourself. Who signed the check on the front?
Natasha and me,
Who signed the back to endorse it?
me,
This next check, which is already on the record, can you please tell me this check name or check number, please?
107051.
And who signed the front?
Dwayne and me,
And who signed the back?
me,
This next check, can you tell me its number?
107590.
And who signed the front of the check?
Tash and me,
And who endorsed the back of the check?
me,
This next check, can you please tell me the check number?
200321.
And who signed the front of the check?
Natasha and me,
And who endorsed the back of the check?
me,
Can you please tell me this check number?
200878.
And who signed the front of the check?
Me and Tash,
And who endorsed the back of the check?
me,
This next check, will you please tell me the number
200907.
and who signed the front
Me and Tash.
and who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check, what is the number
200947.
and who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check, will you please tell me its number?
201066.
Who signed the front?
Dwayne.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
So in previous testimony, Ms. Johnson, you stated that all of the checks had to be countersigned on the front by two people.
Yep.
Was that a housing authority policy or was that a bank policy?
I think it was both. So I don't know how that one went through.
Is it quite possible that that was only a housing authority policy and not a bank policy?
No.
Do you have,
Because
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, do you have independent evidence showing that the bank had a policy that it had to be executed by two people?
Nope, because that's all at the housing authority.
But couldn't you have asked Shell Lake State Bank if they had a policy stating that? Because obviously if the check was processed, then the bank doesn't have that policy.
Are you asking me if they? Oh,
I'm just curious as to why this one only has one signature when you previously testified that they always had two signatures.
Counsel, is that a question?
It is a question. Yeah, I thought I posited it as a question.
through all of the checks that you've gone through, this is the only one that has one signature on it. They all need two. So this one, I'm sure, slipped by somehow in the bank, let it go.
Okay. This next one, can you tell me the check number, please?
201137.
Who signed the front?
Natasha and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check number, please.
201280.
Who executes the front?
Natasha and me.
Who endorses the back?
Me.
This next check, please.
201313.
And who executed the front?
Natasha and me.
And who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check number, please.
201331.
Who executed the front?
Natasha and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check number, please.
201419.
And who executed the front?
Natasha and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check, will you please tell me the number?
201454.
Who executed the front?
Natasha and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check, can you please tell me the number
201529.
and who signed the front?
Dwayne and me.
And I noticed there's no endorsement on the back. This next check, can you please tell me the number
201623.
and who signed the front?
Natasha and me.
And did you endorse the back?
Yes.
This next check, can you please tell me the number
201635.
and who executed the front
Me and Tash.
and who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check, can you please tell me the number
201719.
and who signed the front
Me and Tash.
and who signed the, who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check number, please,
201809.
and who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check number, please,
201846.
who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Oh, me.
This next check number, please,
201859.
who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check number, please,
201903.
who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This next check number, please,
201907.
who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
Whose signature is under yours on the endorsement?
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie who?
Johnson.
Is there any particular reason why Mackenzie Johnson is signing your check also?
She probably cashed it for me.
This check number, please,
202050.
who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please,
202077.
who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please,
202249.
who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please,
202272.
who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please,
202305.
who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please,
Oh, 202,534.
Who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
202,624.
Who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
202,655.
Who endorsed the front?
Tash and me.
I'm sorry, who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
202,685.
Who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
202878.
Who signed the front?
Tash and me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
202,935.
Who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203005.
Who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203083.
Who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203133.
Who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203202.
Who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203213.
Who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who executed or who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203235.
Who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203275.
Who endorsed the front?
Me and Tash.
Right, I'm sorry, who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203583.
Who signed the front?
Me and Tash.
Who endorsed the back?
Me.
This check number, please.
203608.
Who signed the front?
Me.
Who endorsed the back?
Me and Tash. The front. And
How
me.
about the back?
Me.
Okay, thank you.
I'll put my signature.
This next document, Ms. Johnson, is marked as Exhibit 89. Can you tell me this check number?
105926.
And will you please confirm this is made out to you with the date of February 6th of 2015?
Yes.
And can you please tell me the amount?
447.19.
And on the payment voucher, can you please confirm that you signed a check processed and program accountant signature?
Yes.
And under the program information column, are you the payee?
Yes.
What's the program?
Tribal,
And what's the line item?
Houghton, Houghton.
And under remarks, what does it say there?
Can't see it. Says mileage and hotel.
Okay. And at the top, that Karen Wait 68, you've already previously testified that that was your Yahoo email account, correct?
Correct.
And so Ms. Johnson, on this request for travel, where it says reason for attending traveler, well, actually, that line starting with reason for attending, will you read that entire line for me, please?
Describe how this training will be beneficial to relation to the duties you perform.
And can you please, is that your handwriting in the space below?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that says?
Our Houghton, hockey.
Was Houghton hockey a training?
No, it was for my daughter's hockey.
And who signed that program director approval?
Dwayne.
And so was this a work-related trip?
No, it was for my daughter's hockey.
And did you receive or strike that? Do you know of any reason why Mr. Emery would sign the travel request, but he wouldn't sign the payment voucher? Do you have any explanation for that?
Because he was never around.
Do you recall if anyone else reviewed this document before you cut the check?
I'm sure he did. If he signed the the other request, I'm sure he did.
Do you have any independent evidence showing that he reviewed the payment voucher before you created the check?
No.
So this,
Attorney Adams,
oh,
can you back up, please?
would you like me to go back to the previous exhibit, Your Honor?
Please. Scroll through, please. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. A little bit further, just a little bit further. Go back up a little bit. A little bit more. Have we seen this form before?
I believe we have, Your Honor.
I believe we've seen an updated form. I don't recall if we've seen this one yet.
I believe we have seen this document before. So Miss Johnson, actually, could you read the language that starts at important below the request for travel language?
All travel requests must be accompanied by supporting documents. Attach conference info, including agenda, hotels. Travel must fill out register form. No request will be proceeded without required documents and program director's signatures.
All right, thank you.
So Ms. Johnson, this next exhibit that's marked 90, can you read this check number to me, please?
106003.
Will you please confirm that this check was made out to you with the date of February 27th of 2015?
Yes,
And can you please tell me the amount?
423.52.
And can you please tell me the description on this check?
Ironwood mileage. Ironwood American Inn.
So with this payment voucher, Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm that you signed that check process by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
Was this document signed by your supervisor?
no,
Was it approved by your supervisor?
yes,
Do you have independent evidence showing that he approved the expenditure of these funds for the stated
No.
purpose?
no,
On these monthly mileage reports, Ms. Johnson, would it be expected that the program director would sign these also?
Mm. He never did. Not
And
he never signed anything.
so, Ms. Johnson, on the payment vouchers, you're signing in the signature block for the program accountant signature. And there's also a program accountant approval on the mileage report. Would you normally sign your own mileage reports? Is the program accountant approval?
I can't see it. I don't see where
So your name is here.
It says traveler printed name.
Right. So at program accountant approval, where you would normally sign for a payment voucher, is there a reason why this is blank?
because I didn't sign it.
Was this work-related travel?
Nope,
Ms.
it was my
Johnson?
daughter. Sorry.
Was this work-related travel?
Nope, it was my daughter's hockey.
This next document, Ms. Johnson, is Exhibit 91. Will you please tell me this check number?
106014.
Will you please confirm that this check was made out to you with the date of March 3rd of 2015?
Yes,
Can you tell me the amount of this check?
137.94.
And can you tell me the description for this check?
Ironwood, Michigan. Hockey.
And Ms. Johnson, can you confirm that you signed that program accountant and that check processed by?
Yes,
Can you confirm that your program director did not sign this document?
yes,
Did your director approve this document?
yes,
Do you have independent evidence showing that your director approved the expenditure of the funds for the stated purpose?
No,
Was this a work-related trip, Ms. Johnson?
no. Didn't I just answer that? Didn't I just say that?
Not for this trip. So, Ms. Johnson, if it's not a work-related trip, then why are you attaching the then prevailing IRS business rate for mileage reimbursement?
Because that's what I put down for mileage. Guess I had to put some kind of mileage down there. I wasn't gonna put $10 for a mile for mileage. I had to put something on the back.
Were you instructed by anyone to use the IRS prevailing business rate for mileage for this?
I was directed by Dwayne. And no, I don't have proof of it.
Ms. Johnson, this next exhibit is marked as Exhibit 92. Can you please read this check number to me, please?
106039.
Will you please confirm the check was made out to you with the date of March 10th of 2015?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount?
643.80.
And will you please tell me the description for the check?
For mileage for Houghton and for Houghton Country Inn.
And for the payment voucher, Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And did your director sign this document also?
no,
Did your director approve this document?
yes,
Do you have independent evidence showing that your your director approved this document for the expenditures so declared?
no,
Was this a work-related trip, Ms. Johnson?
no.
What was the purpose of the trip?
Hockey tournament.
Do you recall how many folks traveled with you on this trip?
Well, probably me, my daughter, my son, maybe my mom.
Ms. Johnson, can you tell me the name of this check that appears at the beginning of the Exhibit 93?
The
Name of
the
it?
check?
I'm sorry, the check number.
106046.
Can you please confirm that the check was made out to you with a date of March 17th of 2015?
Yes,
Can you please tell me the description of the check?
Marinette Riverfront Inn and mileage.
And on the payment voucher, can you confirm that you signed at check processed by and at program accountant signature?
Yes.
And did your director sign this document?
Oh, yes.
And what was the purpose of this travel?
Hockey tournament.
Was it a work-related trip?
No.
This next document that is marked Exhibit 94, can you please tell me the check number?
106393.
Will you please confirm the check was made out to you with the date of July 1st of 2015?
Yes.
And please tell me the amount.
328.32.
And the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed and program accountant signature?
Yes.
And was it signed by your director?
I'm assuming no.
Can you see the document?
Now I can.
Was it signed by your director?
No.
Did your director approve this expenditure?
Yes.
Do you have independent evidence of that approval?
No.
Was this a work trip, Miss Johnson?
No.
So if it's not a work trip, then why is the housing authority paying for it?
Because Dwayne encouraged me to take my kids to or get reimbursed for hockey.
Do you know if other housing authority employees were having youth sports expenses reimbursed at the time?
I know there was like motels paid for basketball.
Of a housing authority employee?
At the time, yeah, I think he was employed by us.
And what was his name?
Jimmy Barber got some, I believe.
Do you have evidence of those payments?
No, they're at the housing authority.
Do you intend to call Mr. Barber as a witness to testify to that truth?
No.
This next exhibit 95, Miss Johnson, can you please tell me the check number?
106437.
Will you please confirm this check was made out to you with the date of July 9th of 2015?
Yes.
Can you tell me the description for this check?
It says mileage hockey camp or Duluth.
And under the mileage report, what was the mileage report? Was that a document that was used solely by the housing authority, or was it used by all of the tribal departments?
I think by all of the tribal.
The payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed under check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
And did your director sign this document?
no,
Did he approve it?
yes,
Do you have evidence showing that approval?
no,
Was this a work-related trip?
no,
Exhibit 96 is on the screen now. Will you please tell me the check number?
106443.
Will you please confirm this check is made out to you with the date of July 14th of 2015?
Yes,
And will you please tell me the amount?
588.60 or 558.60.
And will you please tell me the description?
Eau Claire mileage for soccer camp.
Will you please confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant signature?
yes,
Did your director sign this document to effectuate its approval?
no,
Did you have independent authority to approve a payment voucher?
Did I what?
Did you have independent authority to approve a payment voucher without the director's signature?
I would assume yes, because that's how all the bills got paid, even other vendors, under contractors, telephone bill, all of that got paid without his signature on it. Which I stated that before.
Do you have independent evidence showing that you were delegated that authority by the tribal council or by Mr. Emery?
No,
Did anyone else review this payment voucher or any other vouchers before you created the checks?
when I vouchered up all the bills, they would be in a pile. And Dwayne would either have to look them over or so at some point he looked them over.
Do you have independent evidence showing that he looked those over?
No,
Do you intend to call Mr. Emery as a witness to testify to the truth of the statements that you're making?
no,
Council, we may reevaluate our trial strategy in light of some of the questioning. If I decide to call him, I'll notify you. I got to go through his lawyer.
Was this a work-related trip, Ms. Johnson?
no. And I believe that's signed by him anyways.
On the mileage report?
Yes, right there.
Then why isn't his signature on the voucher?
You would have to ask him that.
Ms. Johnson, do you know if the tribal council knew that these payments were being made for youth sports support?
No, I don't know. I have no idea.
Do you know, Ms. Johnson, in 2015, would the housing authority go through any type of independent third-party audit of its financial statements?
Did they?
In the time, yeah, in 2015.
Yes, I'm sure they did. We had to have an audit every year.
Do you have proof that an audit was conducted?
The housing authority does.
I'm asking if
sure I
you
would-
have proof of that.
No, I do not. I wasn't allowed to take anything from the housing authority.
Ms. Johnson, this is Exhibit 97. Can you please tell me the check number?
106546.
Will you please confirm that this check was made out to you in the, on date August 11th of 2015?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount?
585.86.
And will you please tell me the description?
Motel hockey camp to mileage to hockey camp.
So on the payment voucher, Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm that you signed check process by and program account and signature?
Yes,
Was this document signed by your director?
no,
Was it approved by your director?
yes,
Do you have independent evidence showing that approval?
no,
Was this a work-related trip, Ms. Johnson?
no, no,
Were any of the sports-related trips work-related trips?
no,
Judge, my client's indicated she needs to go to the restroom.
I'm fine with taking a break.
Five minutes. See, 5 minutes after 3.
Hurry.
We'll recess until 5 after 3. Are we ready to continue?
Defense is ready.
Attorney Adams?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're back from recess. Attorney Adams, you were in the process of questioning K.Johnson. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, can you see this document that is stamped Exhibit 99?
Yes,
Will you please read the check number to me, please?
107095.
Will you please confirm this check was made out to you on January 11th, 2016?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the description on the check?
Minocqua Lakeland Motel Lakeland and Minocqua Hotel.
And Ms. Johnson, will you please confirm that you signed that check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes.
Did your director sign this document?
No.
Did your director approve this document?
Yes.
Do you have evidence of that approval?
No.
So on the mileage report, Miss Johnson, is this all work-related travel?
No,
Was this a work-related trip?
no, it was for hockey.
This next document, Miss Johnson, it's stamped Exhibit 100. Can you tell me the check number?
107125.
Will you please confirm the check was made out to you with the date of January 1st? I'm sorry, January 15th of 2016?
Yes,
And Miss Johnson, is this address a previous address?
yes.
Will you please tell me the description of this check?
Lakeland mileage in Minocqua.
And Miss Johnson, I'm just kind of curious. So when it comes to these checks in general, and we can talk about this one in particular, but I would assume it would apply to all of them. Can you just walk me through the mechanics of how the check would get created, like physically? Like, was it at a printer in your office, or how would the check wind up, coming out of a computer printer?
Exactly that. It would come out of a computer printer or a printer.
So, Miss Johnson, who would enter the pay to the order of information?
I would.
And who would, and what program did you use to create the checks? Was it QuickBooks or some other type of program like that?
It's whatever the tribe had. I don't remember what it was.
Okay, and were you the only one creating checks at the Housing Authority?
Section as to time.
In January of 2016, were you the only one creating checks for the Housing Authority?
I would say yes, but I wasn't the only one that could do that.
Who else could do it?
Natasha.
Did Natasha also have authority to sign as the program accountant signature?
Yes, she did.
But for all of these checks that I've shown you over the last 2 days, if it's signed by you that says check processed by, and it's got your signature, does that mean that you physically created the check?
Yes, because I was the only one that did it. Once again, I was so overwhelmed that I did everything there.
So we can be rest assured that every single one of the checks that we've walked through, you created it for yourself.
I'm assuming, yes.
And was this particular trip a work-related trip, Miss Johnson?
No, it was for hockey.
Okay, Miss Johnson, I skipped over 98. So we have exhibit 98 on the screen. Can you please tell me this check number?
107008.
Will you please confirm this check was made out to you with a date of December 7th of 2015?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount of the check?
for 2410.
Will you please tell me the description at the top?
Mileage bank accept post office, New Mexico travel.
Will you please confirm on the payment voucher that you signed that check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
Did your director sign this document?
no,
Did your director approve this document?
yes,
Do you have evidence showing that approval?
no,
On this mileage report, were all of the trips that are marked, are they for work-related purposes?
yes. Oh.
So the trips to Cumberland were work-related trips? That
No,
were for hockey practice?
there's some on there for hockey practice. If you look at the backup, and somewhere for that Northwest Regional meeting.
So Ms. Johnson, can you, for this payment voucher for $54.17, did you sign that check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
Did your director sign this document?
no,
Did your director approve it?
yes,
Do you have independent evidence showing that approval?
no,
Do you recall traveling to New Mexico for work?
yes.
What was the work? What was the work-related business there?
What does it say on there?
Well, Ms. Johnson, it's kind of unclear as to what exactly. Okay, so the reconciliation,
Procurement.
so the work to New Mexico may have been work-related, but the mileage was youth-related sports, correct? Or some of the mileage?
Some of it, and then some of it was to go to the other meeting.
So Exhibit 101, will you please tell me this check number?
107-164.
Will you please confirm that this check was made out to you with a date of January 28th of 2016?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount?
$665.73.
Will you please tell me the description for the check?
Mileage, February reimbursement, Carlos Mose.
On the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed by and program accountant signature?
Yes,
Did your director sign this document?
no,
Do you have approval from your director? Did he approve this?
yes,
Do you have evidence showing that approval?
no,
Was the mileage that you have sought reimbursement for, was it all work-related travel?
no, because one was a hockey. If you look at the backup, there was hockey on there.
And this receipt, can you tell me what this receipt represents?
Carlos Mose had a baby. So Dwayne said to go, me and Tash went and bought baby stuff for them.
This exhibit 102, will you please read this check number, Ms. Johnson?
107215.
Will you please confirm this check was made out to you with the date of February 16th of 2016?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount?
54706.
Will you please tell me the description at the top?
Mileage to Duluth and Duluth Motel.
And under the payment voucher, will you please confirm that you signed at check processed by and a program accountant?
Yes,
Did your director sign this document?
no,
Did your director approve it?
yes,
Do you have evidence of that approval?
no,
Was this, was the travel on this mileage report work related?
I don't know. I don't. If it's hockey practice, I don't know. I can't see the backup.
Do you have copies of the exhibits in front of you?
No,
Attorney Anderson, were you able to access these exhibits?
We did. We've shut that down. I've shut that laptop down now. We're just relying on what you're putting up on the screen.
Ms. Johnson, this is exhibit 103. Can you please read the check number to me, please?
107269.
Will you please confirm this check was made out to you with a date of March 8th of 2016?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount?
97522.
Will you please tell me the description for the check?
Mileage to Marinette and hotel rooms.
On the payment voucher, Will you please confirm that you signed at check processed by and program accountant?
Yes,
Did your director sign this document?
no,
Did your director approve it?
yes,
Do you have evidence of that approval?
no,
So on the mileage report, is this a work-related trip?
no,
Is there any reason why motel rooms are placed on a mileage report?
because I didn't, back then, we didn't have anything to put it on.
But don't you have a payment voucher where you can declare that hotel rooms will be part of the check?
Not back then, we didn't, not, I don't think, or we didn't use them.
Miss Johnson, will you please read the language under remarks and special instructions?
Where? Oh, mileage Marinette Hotel, 3 rooms.
So my question is why are hotel rooms on a mileage report?
Because I just put it on there. I didn't use the other form.
And Miss Johnson, can you please explain to me why there are 3 rooms?
Because probably more of my family member went.
So Miss Johnson, can you read these names in your handwriting on this document?
Olivia, Maddie, Karen, Gaitlin, Kenzie, and Maddie.
And who are these people?
Hockey, except for me and Gaitlin. Otherwise, they're all hockey girls.
Oh, so they're players.
Yes.
Are they tribal members?
Kenzie is a descendant,
Are any of the other players tribal members?
not that I know of.
Are they descendants?
Not that I know of. They might be. Because I believe they're from Siren.
But you don't have any independent proof showing that they're either tribal members, descendants, or community members?
No.
Was it common for you, Miss Johnson, to authorize the expenditure of tribal St. Croix Housing Authority funds for the use on non-members or non-descendants?
I didn't authorize it. Dwayne did.
Do you have independent proof of that authorization?
No.
Did you create the check?
Yes.
Did anyone else review the documents before you created the check?
I'm sure Dwayne did.
Do you have independent proof of that?
Nope.
Ms. Johnson, can you recall other instances where you authorized or where you created a check for the benefit of non-St. Croix tribal members or non-descendants?
Yes, for a basketball camp for Siren.
Ms. Johnson, did you and Mr. Emery ever have a conversation about him not signing the payment vouchers?
I would ask him to sign them and he told me he didn't have time.
Did you ever speak with anyone else at the tribal government or the housing authority about his refusal to sign those?
No, because he was my boss. And if I was to go anywhere else, I probably would have been reprimanded by him.
Did, at any point, Ms. Johnson, did you actively collude with Mr. Emery to misappropriate funds from the St. Croix Chippewa Indians of Wisconsin?
No,
Ms. Johnson, this document Exhibit 104, will you please read the check number to me, please?
107,302.
Will you please confirm this check was made out to you with the date of March 17th, 2016?
Yes,
Will you please tell me the amount, please?
204,12.
Will you read the description?
Mileage to the post office and bank.
On the payment voucher, Ms. Johnson, did you sign at check processed and program accountant?
Yes,
Did your director sign this document?
no,
Did he approve it?
yes,
Do you have evidence of that approval?
no,
On this mileage report, Ms. Johnson, is all of the travel work related,
yes,
including the 130 travel points to from Cumberland to Stout?
oh, no, I didn't see that one. Where's that one? Oh, no, nope, that one's not. That was probably a college.
So on this document,
No,
Ms. Johnson, let me see if I can,
couldn't have been college. Oh, it was track.
who was the track athlete?
My daughter.
So Ms. Johnson, the thing that I'm struggling with is why didn't you just pay for this mileage yourself? Why did you bill the housing authority?
Because Dwayne always encouraged me to get reimbursed for all of my kids' sports activities. Because he always said it was an allowable cost through the tribe.
Did Mr. Emery ever show you documents authorizing and approving that type of sport related support?
I don't know. I don't remember seeing anything.
So you were just taking his word at it?
He was my boss, yes.
So Ms. Johnson, this next document, which is Exhibit 105, can you please tell me this check number?
107,350.
Will you please confirm this check was made out to you and dated April 5th of 2016?
Yes.
Will you please tell me the description of this check?
Post office in Washington, DC, 2 nights.
And under the program description, is there any significance to that where one is housing R and the other one is tribal?
One's housing rents and one's tribal.
On the payment voucher, did you sign at check process by and program accountant signature?
I'm assuming so. I can't see it, but yes,
Can you see it now?
yes,
Can you confirm that's your signature?
yes,
Did your director sign this document?
no,
Did he approve this document?
yes,
Do you have evidence of that approval?
no.
On this mileage report, was all of the travel work-related?
Yes,
Including the Cumberland to St. Croix Falls?
I'm assuming so. I don't know.
Can you recall any business that you had in St. Croix Falls on behalf of the Housing Authority?
No, I don't.
So, Ms. Johnson, can you tell me what this World Strides invoice means to you with the trip participant with your name?
That would be for the France trip. The school affiliated France trip. Oh, no, Washington. The Washington's affiliated trip.
So did you attend this trip?
Yes,
Is it a work-related trip?
no, I just said it was a school affiliated one.
If it's a school affiliated one, then why is the Housing Authority paying for it?
Because once again, Dwayne encouraged me to do things with my children that he approved. And this was one of them.
So Ms. Johnson, while you were working at the Housing Authority, and the entire time that you were working at the Housing Authority, do you ever recall if a tribal member or a descendant called the Housing Authority seeking help because they were homeless?
I wouldn't take those calls.
Ms. Johnson, in the time that you were working at the Housing Authority, did you ever have any communications with tenants that had either black mold in their homes or some other condition in their home that made it difficult for them to reside in that home?
I didn't deal with the tenants. That was all, well, it was supposed to be Elvin Ustigoff who did the inspections and George Reynolds who did the inspections. I didn't do inspections,
And you didn't deal with tenants?
little as possible.
The video on your iPad went away, Bruce.
Back.
So, but Ms. Johnson, you testified earlier that you did attend tenant meetings while you were working for the Housing Authority.
Only when I was asked.
So
And that was probably,
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
nope, go ahead.
So I'm gonna restate my question, Miss Johnson. In the time that you were working at the Housing Authority, do you have knowledge that there was demonstrated need by tribal members or descendants related to housing?
I would have to say no, because I didn't do the inspections. I didn't do any of the research, or when applications come in, I didn't deal with that. Thank God. That's one thing that I didn't have to deal with.
But Ms. Johnson, you previously testified that you did everything at the Housing Authority except for inspections.
Pretty much I did.
So
There was other people that worked there, and I would think that they would have to do some work in order to get a paycheck.
Ms. Johnson, do you believe that the amount that is alleged in the complaint that you received for youth-related hockey or youth-related sports, and we allege in the complaint it's $35,159.96. Do you believe that those funds would have made an impact on housing needs for St. Croix tribal members and descendants at the time that you worked at the Housing Authority?
No,
So instead of spending that money on your family's youth sports, you don't believe that the spending of that money on, say, new roofs or rehabilitations of other homes would have made a positive impact on tribal members?
no, because where I stood and what I was paying out at the time, there was a lot of stuff that was done to the houses. So no, I don't.
And when you say that you were paying out, what do you mean when you say pay out?
When I was paying vendors and contractors, and we were doing roofs, we were doing sidings, we were rehabbing homes, entire homes. So yeah, no, I don't believe it.
So every tribal member that that called the housing authority seeking assistance during the time that you worked at the housing authority was taken care of and provided for?
I wouldn't know that. I wasn't the director.
Well, what about the ones that you did speak with? Were they all provided for?
I wasn't the director.
I'm not asking you if you were the director. I'm just asking you if you have knowledge that the tribal members that you spoke with that were seeking some type of assistance while you worked there, were all of them provided for?
Okay, so once again, I wasn't the director, so I couldn't tell them whether or not things were going to be done. I mean, I would hope that they, but you would have to ask Dwayne, Natasha, Elvin, and George, who were housing inspectors, which they would have to talk to Elvin and George to get a housing inspection, first of all, in order for anything to ever happen to their house.
So Ms. Johnson, how can you testify that the money that you were provided would not help tribal members if you're saying that you don't know, strike that. How can you testify that the money that you were provided for the youth sports travel would not benefit tribal members if you don't know that they were all provided for? How would you be able to make that statement that the money that you were provided would not have made a positive impact on the housing needs of tribal members during the time that you worked at the housing authority?
Well, once again, Elvin and George had to do in housing inspections. So when they did their housing inspections, there wasn't that many that needed help. So that's where my conclusion would come from. If they weren't doing their job, or if they were doing inspections and they went to these houses and they needed repairs, they would be done. So if they were actually doing these inspections, everything should have been done to their houses. And everything was done to the houses, the ones that had inspections.
Do you have independent proof that all of the homes were properly inspected and that everyone was provided for?
Nope, that would be all at the housing authority.
So Ms. Johnson, this next exhibit is 106. And will you please tell me the check number?
I'm gonna stop you there, Counselor.
Okay,
It's we're getting closer to 4 o'clock. We agreed to stop for today at 4 o'clock.
okay.
We still need to set our schedule for the following days. So let's do that now.
So,
All right, I need to get a calendar from my assistant. If I could have just a second to yell at her. Debbie, I need a calendar quickly.
I'm not available next week on Tuesday. Is there any other days next week you guys are available?
well, I guess, Your Honor, just a point of clarification, your scheduling order dated July 27th of 2021 identified that the dates of the trial were going to be May 17th through the 19th. Are we not meeting tomorrow for trial?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'm anticipating that we're going to go beyond tomorrow, though. And that's why I want to take care of that. now.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted
Prepare for
to,
that.
I would, thank you for clarifying that.
All right. I guess I'm confused. I
Yeah,
thought Judge had indicated you had other commitments tomorrow.
tomorrow.
No, tomorrow we are on schedule for tomorrow. I wanted to use this time to set up for the hearing going to be after tomorrow, because I don't see us getting through the trial tomorrow. So since we're here, is there time that you have for next week?
This is Anderson. The only day that I've got time would be the afternoon of the 23rd or all day on the 25th.
Attorney Adams?
So, Your Honor, well, I can do the afternoon of the 23rd, and I can do the 25th up till 3 p.m. that day.
Okay, we'll do that. What time do you want to start on 23rd?
8:30, 8 a.m. or 8:30 works for the tribe, Your Honor.
No, I would have to start at 10:15,
On which date?
the 23rd. I've got early morning court in Shell Lake.
Okay,
Okay, 10:15, we'll start. And we'll
And
go
then-
until at least 4 o'clock, maybe as late as 5 o'clock.
and on the 25th, what time are we starting?
You guys are both available until 3 o'clock that day?
Yes,
Yes,
So let's start at 8:30 again.
okay.
when do we start tomorrow?
8:30. Right, given the situation as it's moving along, how much longer are you gonna need, Mr. Adams?
I mean, Your Honor, I've been able to get to, I've been able to get through a third of the exhibit, so I would assume I'm gonna need at least 2 more full days for the exhibits, and then probably a few additional hours for my other declared witnesses.
So we're into the week of Memorial Day. What do we have that week for you guys that's open?
So there's no availability for the 26th or the 27th?
Anderson, I've got just multiple little things.
Okay, what about the 31st?
The same thing, multiple little I got an all afternoon oral ruling with a judge. I'm available June 1.
I'm available June 1 also, all day.
Stella? How's the court calendar that day?
We have with June 1st open, Judge.
Okay, so we'll start at 8:30 on June 1st. And again, we'll go until four or five. What's Thursday the 2nd look like?
I could attend a hearing that morning, Your Honor, but then I've got some obligations that afternoon.
Good until noon?
Yes,
Attorney Anderson?
We're talking the morning of June 2nd.
yes.
I can make that happen.
Okay, 8:30 until noon. What's the 3rd look like?
I'm unavailable on Thursday, on Friday, the 3rd, Your Honor.
Okay. Stella, what does June 9th look like?
Judge, June 9th, I'm booked in Eau Claire.
Okay. The week of the 6th is not an option. I'm busy all week except for Thursday.
Judge, on June 9th, we actually have a hearing.
Okay, so it's not gonna work anyway. So now I'm into the week of the 13th.
Anderson's available on the 16th and 17th. Other days are booked.
I'm available the 16th and 17th also.
I am not available on the 16th or the 17th. I am available on the 13th, 14th, and 15th though.
And unfortunately, I'm not.
Okay. The 20th is a day off for the tribe, so the week of the 21st.
Anderson is available the 21st or the 22nd.
I am available the afternoon of the 21st and all day on the 22nd.
So what time do you want to start?
1 p.m.
Okay, 1 o'clock to, we're probably gonna go to at least 5 that day.
Judge,
I'm listening.
on the 22nd, we have cases at 10 a.m., but they shouldn't last less than an hour. So if you want to do like 11 a.m. start on the 22nd.
All right, does that work for you guys?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, on Wednesday, the 22nd, 11 o'clock to 4 or 5, more than likely 4 or 5 that day. All right. So Attorney Adams.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask you to look at the schedule as we tentatively put it together going forward. And then when we come back tomorrow, we'll talk about that. Attorney Anderson. I want you to do the same thing. Then we'll go from there and try to figure out how much time we're going to need. Because right now, what I'm seeing happening and what I'm hearing you guys say, and we haven't even got to Attorney Anderson's side of this equation. There's a lot of time we're going to have to schedule on this. So I'm going to need to hear from you guys tomorrow again about how much further forward we're going to need to go. Okay. So now we are going to go on. We're going to recess until May 19th at 8:30 a.m. and then we'll be spending the entire day doing that. And we'll get out somewhere around 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. Is there any questions?
No,
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it's my understanding that an offer was put on the table. Attorney Adams, that you said you had a forward to your client. When you anticipate you getting an answer on that?
Your Honor, I haven't gotten confirmation about a meeting time with my client, but I'm anticipating it'll happen either yet this afternoon or tomorrow at some point.
All right. All right. So with that, court's adjourned and we'll see you guys in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.